I'm going to open the hearing on SB 12, and I recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Waters.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator David Waters, District 4, and I'm always glad to be back in my home committee room. I was here, my terms in the House, 2008 to 12, and I'd say, not much has changed. But it's good to be here, and I'm introducing Senate Bill 12 relative to the leasing of seasonal camps lots by the Fish and Game Department. This is a bill on behalf of the department, and it maintains the Fish and Game Department's handling of state leases, and it makes them consistent now with other state agencies in terms of the length of a lease that can be put forward by making that consistent at the five, not more than 5 years. Right now, under RSA 21210B, it says any lease for buildings or lands that is longer than a cumulative period of 30 days must be administered in accordance with RSA 440. And take a look at that, and you can see the paperwork involved. Multi-layered, lengthy process of approval, $1,100 administrative charge to the lessee for each renewal of a lease. Give me a break. Sorry, that's an aside. The proposed change will have the language mirror what exists in RSA 439, 4:39, and that's state leases are up to 5 years before needing approval of the governor and council and the long-range capital planning committee. But let me know that if the lease, is going to be over 5 years and the $7,500, then it goes to governor and council like every other lease, which it should do. Now, let's get to why this is really important for the department to have this. They currently manage the seasonal camp lease program for the Connecticut Lakes Natural Area up in the North Country. Those leases are allowed for up to 5 years, don't require that process. But we have also, the department has seasonal camp lots. They own some, and they, might be acquiring another one. And for those, as they come in, ought to be under this 5-year system. And I think that if you're ever visited any of the Fish and Game run operations, these are great. They're opportunity for families. They mean that these camp lots, instead of being sold for development or some other thing, that their uses get maintained. People can use them, and that's why they like to go up to the North Country. And what it does, it means it'll allow the department, if it acquires property that have existing camps, that'll streamline the department's efforts, regulating them, and provide a more efficient approach for managing renewals. So this bill was worked up by Dan Bergeron, who's here, Chief of Wildlife at Fish and Game, and Betsy McNaughton, land agent for the department. They can answer any more questions that you might have about the details of it. But this makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions? You're recognized.
Hi, Representative Morton from Amherst.
Morning.
I'm wondering, you mentioned the Connecticut Lakes region is already under the 5-year.
Yeah.
And about how many lots or sites is that? And then changing this to everyone going to 5-year, how many more does that add to the process?
Yeah, I'm going to let the department talk to that, but I'll just say that I mentioned that because that's an example of what is successful and is consistent with the way other state agencies do things. And so it's saying that works. Let's let it work for other ones, and they can tell you about the actual number of lots that we're talking about.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Senator, can you tell us that how this bill was taken by the Senate, when you had your hearing?
Unanimous in committee and consent on the floor.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Ming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator, in the first paragraph, it says short-term use of buildings or lands. That existed when the period was 30 days. By not taking that out, is there any implication by increasing the 5-year limit to, I guess, the I guess what I'm asking, does the definition of short-term change by increasing the upper limit on the term?
Thanks for your question, Representative. I don't think so. I mean, people can lease for as long as they want to lease, but it's just saying that, the statute now says that if it's more than 30 days, you got to go through that whole process and do it again, where if you want to go up to 5 years, hey, that's what we do with the other state agencies, and you'd be able to do it here too.
Okay.
But I think there may be some more details there, and
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a follow-up?
Not a follow-up, but a different question.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this has to do with the fact that it references a contract and a lease. Is there any intent to contract out of any issue that doesn't have to do with leasing the land?
Thanks for the question. I'm going to let the department.
Okay, all right, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Thank you. I'll see you in a little while. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes Dan Bergeron from Fish and Game.
Good morning, Chairman Spillane, members of the committee. Thank you for having me testify here before you today. I'm the chief of the Wildlife Division at New Hampshire Fish and Game Department. Senator Waters did a great job summarizing why we brought this bill forward, so I'll try and make mine a little bit more brief. I can speak to your question in terms of how many. So the department doesn't really look for properties that have camps or any other buildings on them. That said, we also don't want to be prevented from obtaining good conservation land or wildlife habitat just because a seasonal camp is there. So there's 3 camps on the Connecticut Lakes Natural Area. We have 2 other camps on different properties. We're in the process of obtaining another property that would have a 6th camp. These camps, typically in the northern part of the state, they're part of the culture and the heritage up there. So we would like to be able to maintain those when possible. And again, this bill would streamline our process because now we're working under 2 different sets of RSAs, one for our Connecticut lakes and then one for everything else. This would make everything, language on all these consistent, the process consistent. It would make it consistent with other agencies, DNCR, DOT, all have similar language in their RSAs in terms of how they deal with properties like this.
And I believe you had some handout for everybody.
Yes, I have my written testimony here.
If you could hand that to Representative Ming, he'll take one and hand it down. Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Bergeron? Yes, you can go, Carol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thanks for taking my question. I'm following up on what Representative Ming asked. Is there a definition of short-term use of buildings, and does this allow someone to rent one of these camps for 5 years?
I'm not aware of a definition of short-term use. Similar to what Senator Waters had pointed out, this would make language consistent, and you could go up to 5 years, but it certainly could be shorter than that. So with the max being 5 years.
Follow up.
Thank you. So a single entity can lease for 5 years?
Yes.
One of these. Okay, thank you.
And go ahead, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. How many properties now, either leased or contracted, are for periods more than 30 days? Is it all of them?
I'll look to Betsy McNaughton, who's our land agent. She would be more familiar with that.
If she'd like to join you at the table, she can do so.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman. I'm Betsy McNaughton. I'm the land agent. I'm the one who administers these at Fish and Game. And I'm sorry, repeat your question again?
How many parcels or properties that are leased or contracted for are for periods of longer than 30 days?
All of the camp leases, seasonal camp leases are, they are longer than 30 days. I usually do a lease document for 4 years. Talking about the Connecticut Lakes, that's the one that's been in place for, I want to say 20 years. So I do the lease document for 4 years, and within that lease document, there's a payment schedule for those 4 years. And then the other two camp lots that we own as well, and plus this one coming on soon will be an extra 3. We haven't had them long enough to, I mean, they've gone through what I've called the cord process, which is the 440, the RSA 440 process with long range and cord. They've gone through it, I think, twice. So it's a very time consuming process. Can I also make one clarification?
Certainly, you're up there to testify.
Okay. So that you understand that these seasonal camp lots are generally the family who leases these camps. They own the building. We own the land underneath. So they're leasing the space where the building is, and this has been they've been in the families for generations, and so it's not that we're changing leasees every 5 years. Where these leases have been consistent with the family members that have been there for generations.
So I'll take an opportunity to ask a question myself because that was very clarifying and it's something I didn't get from the previous discussion. So this is more like a mobile home park where the state is owning the land underneath, but the people own the building on top of it.
Yes, except for they're not mobile homes.
Well, I understand, but it's the same methodology where
Yes.
the lease is required because they're on the property that they don't own, but the building is theirs.
Yes.
So
and-
they're required to do all the maintenance of the building, but they have to have the leasing through the state because of the land use.
Correct.
Thank you. Representative Ming, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll just ask my question again about contract versus lease. Is there anything that's going to be contracted that doesn't have to do with the land or the buildings?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so follow up.
Follow up.
Thank you. So I would just anticipate that it's for flexibility's sake to specify contract, because contract is kind of a bigger term,
Right.
right? A lease is a type of contract, but a contract is not a type of lease. That's just my question, that it only has to do with the buildings and the land, right?
Correct.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay, Representative Ouellette, followed by Representative Khan.
Just to make a statement and clarify a little bit what they've said, the lease of camps has gone on for generations up in the North Country. Much of it was done through paper company lands, where you actually built your camp, rented the piece of property, and it's been like that for 100 years. So this isn't something new or something that they've done. It's a tradition in North Country. It's been going on for generations.
Thank you.
All right, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. My question is, if this Senate Bill 12 passes, is there any extra cost to the department or the New Hampshire taxpayers?
I'll let you answer.
No, there would be no additional cost. This would actually streamline the process and likely save money.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Is there anybody here who has not had a chance to speak who wishes to do so? Not seeing anyone, I'm going to close the hearing, public hearing on SB 12. And it is time to open up the hearing on SB 18. I'll recognize the prime sponsor, Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to get used to that myself. So, Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you. It's great to be back in this room. It's been, I did want to walk up to my chair, Mr. Chairman, and take my seat again, but I guess I realize I'm on this side of the microphone over here. So I'm introducing Senate Bill 18. This is essentially a housekeeping measure that does two things. First, it allows for electronic or email confirmation of a duck stamp purchased in lieu of an actual physical stamp. The intent is to be consistent with federal practice that allows for an electronic stamp, as well as take into consideration awfully the lengthy time that it takes between the purchase of a duck stamp and the actual physical getting it for the hunter. The second thing this does is clean up some statute. It includes in a conviction of an unlawful discharge of a firearm within an urban area, a compact urban area, which is governed by RSA 644-13, as the grounds for suspension of a revocation of a license issued by Fish and Game. The intent is to create consistency between the violation of RSA 207:3-A, which prohibits the discharge of a firearm within 300 feet of a dwelling, and a violation results in the suspension or revocation, and the same violation in RSA 644-13 that does not result in suspension. We need to first make this change in law so that we can clean up the rules to be consistent on the application of the penalty. There is somebody here from Fish and Game, but again, the biggest part of this is, again, it simplifies the licensing process for our hunters and fishermen in our state. And the second thing it does, it puts the discharge of a weapon in a curtilage and the discharge of a weapon in a compact urban compact area on par with each other. That will result in the suspension of a license. Happy to take any questions. But there's also the major over here who will probably answer the questions way better than me.
Thank you for your testimony, Senator. Are there any questions for Senator Lang? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Damn, I'm good.
And do I have a card for you, sir? All right, the chair calls Major Dave Walsh from Fish and Game.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dave Walsh. I am the Assistant Chief of Law Enforcement for Fish and Game. As Senator Lang said, this is a housekeeping measure. The first part, just to give you a brief introduction, anybody who waterfowl hunts in New Hampshire has to buy a federal stamp. Currently, the law in New Hampshire is you must have that on your person before you hunt. Now, the federal government sells these stamps online, and they give you an electronic confirmation that you bought it. But the way our law is written, prohibits people from using that electronic confirmation. So this cleans it up, so if you go out and buy a stamp online, you could hunt that day because you get that electronic confirmation, and you have 45 days until the stamp comes in the mail. So it makes it easier for hunters. And then the second part is the discharge of a firearm in a compact zone. Currently, we don't have the ability to suspend a license, so if somebody shoots a firearm while hunting in a playground, for example, in an urban area, if they're not technically within 300 feet of a building, we'd have to charge them with with this statute, and we wouldn't be able to suspend for them. So it cleans up the suspension for discharging while hunting in a compact zone.
Thank you. Any questions for the major? Did you have one? Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I read this last night over again, so maybe it was late and maybe I'm asking a question that's not relevant. Should 207:3A, that's firearm discharge while hunting for 300 feet, is there a reason that isn't in here, or should it be in here?
So we have the ability to suspend for that violation, but there are instances where somebody could not violate that but still be within a compact zone.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be referenced in this bill?
It does not. No.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, then I have one. Major, it's my understanding from experience hunting waterfowl myself that you need to print your signature across that duck stamp to make it valid, and to also, basically, it's the same as a cancellation mark in the post office. It's yours now. And I know that in stamp collecting, the ones without a signature are worth a lot more than the ones that have been signed. And so I'm just wondering if this, allowing you to use an electronic copy that has no signature, would allow them to then take the duck stamp without a signature and put it away somewhere and save it as a more valuable thing and not have their signature attached. Has the federal government changed the regulations regarding signing the stamps, and is there a way that we're handling that?
Excellent question. So no, the way the federal government and the way this law is written is that electronic confirmation is good for 45 days. When you get your license or stamp in the mail, then you have to put it on your license and sign it.
Thank you for clarifying that.
It's really for the last minute people that.
Gotcha. Any further questions? Go ahead, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. If you're in a compact zone and you are hunting, but you're hunting and you have permission, obviously it is then deemed legal, correct?
Correct. And the only folks that can give permission in a compact zone is actually the chief of police of that city or town by statute.
So follow up?
Follow up?
Oh, okay. For clarity, a landowner cannot give permission, just the chief of police
In a compact zone,
in a
correct.
compact zone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is there anyone here who wishes to speak who has not had a chance to speak? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on SB 18. And we have about 20 minutes before we can start the next hearing on SB 14, so we will be taking a short break. Yeah, we can. Does anybody have any objections to execing these two bills? All right, let's go ahead and do that. We have a. Yeah.
The 11th came in.
Right, we have 11, and I have agreement of the ranking member from the other side, so we can exec. Are you prepared?
Not quite.
We'll wait until the clerk is prepared. If anybody needs to take a 5-minute break, let's do that, and we'll come back and exec.
Thank you.
I'm going to now open the exec session on SB 12. And I'm going to look to Representative Goley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to pass on Senate Bill 12.
It's been moved ought to pass. Do we have a second? Second by Rep. Pear. Any discussion on this before we get into it? Okay, we'll move straight to the voting then. The clerk may call the roll.
Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Khan,
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Kofal and Tudor and Bartlett are absent. Representative Brown, yes. Representative Corcoran and Nutting are absent. Representative Willett,
Yes.
Representative Harvey. Absent. Sorry. Thank you. Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Ming,
Yes.
Representative Morton,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Pear,
Yes.
and Representative Roser is absent, and Chairman Spillane.
That's a yes.
So we have 11 yeas, 0 nays.
And everyone's fine with consent for that? It will go on consent. Do we need to have a majority opinion written for that? We probably should, in case somebody pulls it. Would you be willing to do that? All right. Representative Goley will write our opinion.
Got it.
That closes the exec session on SB 12. I will open the exec session on SB 18. And I will look to, you want someone else to do this one? All right. Representative Goley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ought to pass on Senate Bill 18.
We have a motion of ought to pass. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Representative Page opened his mouth first, so we've got a second from Representative Page. All the hands went up at once. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. We can now open discussion on that. Is there any discussion on this before we go into the voting mode? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, that this puts the purchase of duck stamps on par with the federal language, allowing a person to buy the stamp and have it electronically for 45 days, as well as allowing for the discharge and an urban compact clarifying that statute.
Anybody else? Seeing nothing, I will go ahead and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you. Representative Goley,
Yes.
Representative Khan.
Yes.
Representative Smith,
Yes.
Representative Kofal, Tudor, and Bartlett are absent. Representative Brown, that's me, yes. Representative Corcoran and Nutting are absent. Representative Willett,
Yes.
Representative Harvey, Reed, and Ford are absent. Representative Fox,
Yes.
Representative Ming,
Yes.
Representative Morton,
Yes.
Representative Page,
Yes.
Representative Pear.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Rosner is absent, and Chairman Spillane.
That's a yes.
That would be 11 yeas, 0 nays again.
Everyone else fine with consent again?
Yes.
And do you want to write the opinion on that one as well? Okay. Representative Goley will write the opinion.
Yep.
And I will close the exec session on SB 18. We still have 15 minutes before we can start the next bill, so you all can have a break if you want. That'll work. I'll take the opportunity while everyone's here and we're on a break here to mention to everybody that there's some research that the committee researcher has dropped off. There's a third item that he's working on before we exec other bills that will show a comparison and contrast between the Midwest hunting style and the Northeast hunting style, and the benefits and drawbacks to each of those styles. What we've got here is what I requested as far as providing for your information what's currently prohibited within 300 feet of an occupied dwelling, what the current season is for night hunting coyote, and what current things are required to have your name or identification attached as far as hunting gear. And then all of the information about current use, and the important part that you'll want to pay attention to is the last page where it talks about the 20% extra discount. Those are the areas that may come into play in your mind, and so there's some additional information for you.
Yes.
Can we chew your ear for a minute?
Absolutely.
One of the things I asked my researcher to do is to dig up a comparison with it, because a lot of people in the community who don't hunt, don't know about hunting in the Midwest.
Yep.
One of the things I've been trying to point out is that it's a totally different methodology. And we like our open land, right? Out there, everything is by permission only, unless it's public land. And it's out in the Midwest, what you find is wealthy people get to hunt private land.
Right.
And everyone else is tramped on public land. And so I wanted him to be able to compare and contrast. Do you know where you can get that kind of information so he can provide a sheet for people to look at, say, here's what we do in the Northeast, here's what they do, here's the
Yeah, I don't know if the Fish and Wildlife agencies would have that. And it's private land, so they probably don't want to get involved. I know there are 3 states. That's a difficult relationship. So I don't know where you. We did test. I showed test. I know.
My lot line or?
Right.
Yeah, look.
I know. I think you don't need.
And it's.
Well, yeah,
and
we
we're
want to take
over
rural
in Vermont, Massachusetts, New York's open, although they do some hunting clubs. Because they're like,
More in the northeast.
But it's northeast hunting method versus.
I'm right in.
And I think it comes down to our colonial days. When
Well,
land was,
pressure.
land was common. Except that you didn't want them on your land, you could probably know, but otherwise, it was always allowed. And, but in the Midwest,
What do they call it? You get a lot of. You still got
I do. And they, those buttons work if you don't. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I can test that. Mike, go. You'll have it lead to the run that we can make.
I've got some. They have that on sports. No, I agree. Some of those organizations. I think. You know, oil,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes. You did not go on any private land, and that's where that whole methodology is turned. That's why they're like that.
You're not gonna check on these.
Walter, here's a copy of the bill. Oh, you did? I did, yeah, okay, yep.
They basically. Good.
Nothing changed.
Yeah,
You got copies of the bills?
And so somebody's had a their actual name, you can write out saying they're afraid of dog.
Right.
They don't mind a phone number, but they want the name. That's it. What's your hunting license? And the market is well, my touch.
You want to add, you want to try to.
So, that will allow them to come on anonymous, but nobody knows my license. So, but I don't know.
Yeah.
If it's just the idea, it's a lot easier for the farmer to go, oh, yeah, I'll just call them and tell them, move it somewhere else. I've always put my name on my, ladder stands and my cameras.
Do it, they think it's required.
Well, I just do it as required, but because, I mean, redo the, I want to know. That's not.
I wonder why.
But,
Yes, yeah, it does, it gets.
but, so I don't think there's anybody who's got a problem with those
I don't know
aspects of
about
it.
you, I didn't.
It's gotta come down, can't leave it up all the time. Like, when you've got, you've got written permission.
Yeah,
you know,
or
to make it longer,
no,
that's fine.
they go back, yeah, sometimes it is easier.
Oh, I think we just,
at the end of the year.
Yeah, that's.
We thought about, you know, I thought about, when we did, I thought about the end of the year, so workers' comp, insurance, all that. Gotta give them 3 more weeks.
Well, if it-
Right. So it'll give them a little bit of time. January 1. I mean, yes, we just had a big meeting. No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Well, and
And I'm worried about the liabilities of the state if we tell them they have to do it, it's out of the tree.
Right. Well, you want to.
That's true.
But no, we have.
Landowners, he gave them immunities for spraying the dead.
It's a different way.
But,
You have drive.
but,
That's a little.
you know,
It's a different way.
I tried to take the tree thing down, but
Oh, yeah, no, it's not.
and when the ground's frozen, you can't get that bottom rung. So what are you gonna do, leave the bottom rung until like spring?
Yeah. Well, what I do, I do not take it down.
So,
Or get permission to leave it. A lot of landowners don't have a problem when the big. That's when
we have that. I live in clear cut all trees, one tree in the middle, that tree stand. I don't think they should be allowed to go beyond.
I don't know, we had a conversation, a couple of us, I don't know what the tipping point is. We're gonna have to do something different.
Oh, the land, the land.
Yeah, I'm concerned about it.
I think we're saying a lot.
Same thing. That's
No, I can understand that. That's why the law. Oh, no, I don't know. You will, come take this down, come take this down. Well, go ahead and do it. That's why a lot of allow you to bring your fan of the car. Right, right. Okay, no, I'll gladly be, no. And, yeah, you want me to? Yeah. Maybe next year. No, we're in the game. Really? Oh, good. I had to look kind of hard. Landowner, how are you?
Strawberries are probably fine, peaches.
I wasn't, you know, gives them information. Not last year, my father's.
It was a small crop. We'll see.
Yeah, we began the hell out of it. Couldn't get any last year. We are almost there. Yeah, you'll see ya.
You're right.
Now we can get started.
Yes, David Martin.
How are you, Senator? 14 and 15.
You know what?
Sounds like I'm safer up here. Sounds like I'm safer up here. Well, it might look like a better. Yeah, it's not like that. It's got a bigger stack than that.
No. Chris make up the other day with a root canal. See you.
Heard anything outside? Driver's license and bill? Haven't seen the schedule. She's had troubles too.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing on FB 14. And the chair calls Senator Waters.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Senator David Waters, District 4, introducing Senate Bill 14 at the request of the Fish and Game Commission. Provides guidance and clarification around the use of game cameras for hunting. I say it's at the request of the department, but really this is an issue that we all have been working on for several years. I hope that a lot of this looks familiar to you from House Bill 490, which I think got us a long way towards where we needed to be on this, but we just couldn't get there in a committee conference last year. So let me just step back for a moment. I feel like I'm on the game camera right now, but you can't come get me for 24 hours, all right? Anyways, let me just talk a little bit about the background here, what the larger issues are, and why I think, you know, Senator Pearl and the department and everybody else who worked on it in the Senate, we came up with something for you to, I think you can work with too. You know, as I said, I've been a member, I was members of the committee. I'm a strong supporter of hunting and hunting rights in the state. And this new technology has come in, and it is useful for hunting. And I think that that needs to be recognized as something useful for hunters. We also know, you know, New Hampshire folks are pretty set on their privacy, aren't they? Especially on their property. And so, you know, they are upset a lot. We heard a lot because people are finding game cameras and wondering, well, what can they record on the property, and who's doing this, know what happens with those images. So, you know, this is one of those ones where you have really two conflicting things here, and what do we do about it? So what we did in the bill was we, you know, did some definitional work on a game camera. Then, importantly, a 24-hour time frame between viewing wildlife and then taking that animal, which I think kind of makes sense for, you know, fair hunt, fair chase principles. Then, as we move on to the kind of management of this, that annual written or posted permission. So, if you know, it's always good if you're going to hunt somebody's land to have a relationship with that landowner, right? So this would be that you would go and, you know, do I have permission? And you have a relationship with that person. You'd probably tell them where you're going to put your camera and so on and so forth, and explain it to them, and then you can get the written permission. A landowner may just decide to post that it's okay. You know, the game cameras are all right here. Then require the cameras to be labeled with the name and contact information of the owner. And that really addresses the fact that we need that information, because then it should only be a law or conservation officer that seizes unauthorized cameras. And I think that's awfully important because of the property rights issues that we can get in. If somebody goes out, a property owner goes out there, or somebody else, and takes down a camera, you know, it is somebody's property, and that can create some problems. So if you find a camera, you can report it. A law or conservation officer can come out remove it, and they would have the contact information there to do that. Then there are some exceptions here that you'll see in the bill: scientific permits, warrants, fish and game staff, and so on, which is, what you would expect. And then there's a penalty established for violations here. As we heard in the Senate, and I'm sure you heard on 490 last year, this use of game cameras has become a really major concern for landowners. Fish and Game was receiving lots of complaints. We didn't really have a ways to manage this problem. And so we thought, in one way, put the bill together, we might have a way to satisfy those competing needs and provide something that's enforceable and reasonable for fish and game landowners and hunters. I do want to note in the Senate, the New Hampshire Farm Bureau supports it, Timberland Association supports it, and New Hampshire Wildlife Federation, along with Fish and Game. So I think you get those folks to say that this really protects landowners' rights and hunting as well. I think we got a pretty good place. Colonel Jordan is here, who can talk a lot about their experience with game cameras, the kind of complaints they're getting, the issues they're running into, and why the way we put together the details of this, I think, will work. So glad to take any questions on it, and
Thank
there
you,
it is,
Senator.
Mr. Chairman.
Are there any questions for Senator Waters? Okay, I have one myself.
Yes.
Senator Waters, we've heard some people via email and such that are hesitant with putting their name on the camera. They don't have a problem with a phone number, but we also heard from Fish and Game that they would be happy to entertain the fact that somebody could write their license number, their hunting license number on there, which makes it identifiable. If somebody calls Fish and Game and says it's this license number, they can figure out who it is. But it prevents somebody from being doxxed by an anti-hunter if they don't have their name on there. Where it says name and contact information in the bill, would you be open to that being modified to just say somehow their identifying information and phone number?
Thanks. Sounds like a good idea to me. Yeah.
Thank you. I do have a follow-up question. The section that does not prohibit and it has all the exceptions in it.
Yep.
I heard from some landowners that would still like to know that Fish and Game's putting a camera on their property, or that any of these other reasons. Is there a reason why the landowner's not being notified if it's a Fish and Game looking for an animal and wanted to do some research on their property, or if it's a scientist putting a camera out, or any of these other situations? Because I heard from some landowners that said, yeah, this is well and good, but I want to know if Fish and Game's doing it too.
Yeah, thanks for that. And it's an interesting point, and I think Colonel Jordan and others will address it. I do think that, when you get into that, let's consider carefully. If it's a warrant, maybe you don't want to do that. If there are some other purposes, but I think that probably could be wiggled to deal with the concern that you're mentioning, while also protecting the kind of needs of the department and law enforcement.
Thank you. And anybody else have a question now? Yes, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I have 2 or 3 questions. Should I just go with them?
One at a time. I'll give you
Okay,
follow-ups as
sure.
needed.
Just to follow up on the chairman's comments regarding, actually, let me just go back. A lot of landowners are absentee landowners, large tracts of land are not present. Don't you think this would be a logistical headache for them to try to accommodate, say, 100, 200 requests for game camera placements?
Thanks for your question. If they're an absentee, it's an interesting thought. I'm kind of pausing because it's hard for me to imagine 100, 200 requests. You know how hunters are when they stake out where they're going to hunt, and they're very careful about where they're looking and where they hunt, maybe have for several years, and where they're going to place their cameras. So, and I would say, if you're an absentee landlord, maybe you just put out, that's one of the reasons the permission thing. You just post it. You want to put your camera out, go ahead. If you don't like that idea, then people can contact you and, you know, if you're the owner of record and, I mean, I'm really afraid that we're going to get to a situation where more and more land is unavailable for hunting. You know, and keeping land open for hunting is really important. And I was concerned that, you know, the game camera issue, if we didn't do something about it, might end up just more and more owners might just post their land, and that to me would be a terrible outcome. So I understand the problem you're identifying. I'm not, you know, I don't think it's unmanageable, frankly, under the bill.
Follow up?
Thank you. What are the posting requirements? For example, no trespassing signs have to be, I think, one every 300 feet. Is this going to have a minimum number of signs, or because some property boundaries could be 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 miles long? How do you go about ensuring posting requirements are met?
If you don't mind, I'll let Colonel Jordan talk to that,
Okay.
perhaps, yeah.
Anything else?
One more follow-up.
Follow up again?
On a different topic regarding labeling of the camera, what is to prevent someone from putting Humphrey Bogart on the camera with a fictitious phone number? Because anyone could put anything they want to satisfy the requirements.
Thank you. If people choose to break the law, they can find all kinds of creative ways to do it. But I kind of know that Humphrey Bogart isn't doing much hunting anymore. But I mean, I don't mean to be facetious. I think that if somebody has falsified a record on that, they are potentially subject for a violation. And I suspect Fish and Game officers might find a good way to catch that person.
Thank you. You
Thank
done?
you.
All right.
Yes, I'll reserve for the.
Further questions? Representative Ming.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Waters, for taking my question. The 24-hour waiting period, it says remote viewing. Does that mean only game cameras that transmit photos and videos, or is it supposed to include a game camera that you have to actually go pick up, view the pictures?
Thanks for your question. My understanding of the technology is that you're downloading the images. So it is remote. You're receiving a remote. I'm not sure I quite understood the question, but
Follow?
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a game camera that doesn't transmit pictures. I can pick it up and view the pictures on the camera itself. So it's, I wouldn't necessarily classify that as remote. Is the intent that it should just be all cameras, all game cameras, or are they the game cameras that can
If you don't
transmit?
mind if I step in, Senator, the key word here is remotely
Yeah.
viewing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we went through this with the bill last year. It does not mean that the ones you have to go out and take the camera card out or to view it out on the camera itself has to have that 24-hour period. It's only when you've viewed the image of the animal remotely. And that's why it says remotely viewing in there.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think, you know, that's the way I think that's what. the
It
important
does
thing
say
is
so.
here.
I just checked to make sure it had the word remotely viewing still in
that's
it.
it.
I was like, whoa, did
And-
that fall
and
out somehow?
Yeah, and I think that if somebody comes out and, you know, they're not getting them remotely, they come out and they look at them, I don't think the 24-hour thing is
It
really
doesn't,
relevant
and it
there,
wasn't
because if
intended to.
The deer comes to see you.
Yep.
Undownload the camera, they're gonna be pretty scarce anyways.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it for me.
All right, Thank you, Representative Ming. Are there any other questions? I will ask you one more on, as I let you go. Have you thought about putting a companion bill in through criminal justice? Because as I pointed out to the Timberland Owners Association, the Farm Bureau, and the Wildlife Federation, a lot of these cameras, because they've come down in price and they're so available, are being used by people who are not hunters. And putting these regulations in the hunting codes does not provide for penalties for their misuse on the criminal side, for somebody who, say, is using it as a private detective to see if somebody is saying that they're disabled and taking workman's comp when they're not. Does not prohibit the use by stalkers to stalk somebody. Does not prohibit the use by wildlife viewers who aren't hunters. So if I'm a bird watcher and I want to go out and put the cameras bird watching, I'm not hunting, I don't have a hunter's license. I don't need a hunting license, but or if I'm just out there looking for Sasquatch, right? These cameras are used for all kinds of purposes, and this putting it in the hunting regulations is only fixing a part of the problem. So if you have any interest, we should talk on
Yeah,
putting a
thank you.
criminal
Thank you
criminal
for the
side
question.
companion bill through.
Yeah, thanks. And, you know, let's think about that for next year. There's some things to check because we have done some legislation on drones and other kinds of forms of
There
surveillance.
is
of
indeed, and
people's
Neil Kirk is
property.
here today.
Yeah, and I mean, I actually worked on many years ago when I put in some drone legislation, which we passed. Worked with
But trail
the,
cameras are not drones.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying, I think I'd like to check and see just where we're at now in statute. And
Absolutely.
if we're not covered, I think that that's something that probably does need to be in this times, aren't they? So, but
Absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The chair will now call Robert Johnson II, who's in support of the bill and has asked for 3 to 4 minutes. I'm going to try to hold everybody to their time, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director, and I do have written testimony that I can provide to the committee. But this issue came about originally, at least on our side of the things, was when House Bill 490 was introduced last session, and that was relative to the use of live action game cameras, which for those of you that aren't aware, the question was asked earlier about that, the 24 hours and Fish and Game rules. Within the rules, it prohibits the use of using that image within a 24-hour period. I mean, it's in rules, not in law, and that's what this partially does. But it came about with the use of the live action was we didn't take a position on that portion of the bill, but we had landowners that were surprised to learn, as I was, and much of our leadership, that you did not need landowner permission to place a camera on private property. So at that hearing, we requested this requirement, and our initial the information we provided the committee was based on information from a law in the state of Maine that requires landowner permission, as do other states, Wisconsin being another. I guess the one thing we'd like you to know, and when we worked on this language with the timberland owners, as has been stated earlier, with the Wildlife Federation and with Fish and Game, but we'd like to make the committee clear that we're an organization that includes many devoted hunters, made up of people that hunt, and we strongly support. We will tirelessly defend the state's longtime tradition of public access to private land. Our members, many are proud to have our lands used for recreational purposes. We just believe that it is a courtesy, and that a landowner should have the right to say no if somebody were to post a camera. More often than not, a landowner is going to just want to know that the cameras are there, who put them up, where they are. They may want to say, no, not over here, but over here. They may want them taken down at a certain time. But, in effect, and I say it in my letter, that a camera posted on private property without me as a landowner knowing who put it up or where it is, it's a surveillance device. And it's as simple as that. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Chair, in the interest of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. I will now call Diane Richardson, who opposes the bill and has asked for 5 minutes and does have written testimony. Oh, and sir, if you want to hand your testimony down to Representative Ming, he'll make sure we all get a copy of it. And just for anybody else who has any, we'll just follow the protocol of putting it on the table here by Representative Ming, and then he'll take and make sure we all get a copy. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Diane Richardson. I live in the Lake Sunapee region. I'm here to testify against SB 14 as it's currently written. I want to start by saying I absolutely understand why this bill has come about. I know about several of the incidences landowners have complained about, and I completely agree that no landowner should be afraid to use their land for fear of being surveilled. I also agree that currently Landowners do not have any way of knowing if the cameras are owned by hunters, nature watchers, or criminals. While hunters and nature watchers do not want to get any humans on camera, the landowners don't always understand that. However, I also believe that this bill as written has several potential problems, and I'd really like to see those resolved so we can reach an agreeable compromise. This bill would require the labeling of all cameras with the name and contact information, and as previously mentioned, that could allow the doxing and harassment of hunters by anti-hunters, animal rights activists, and also the targeting of hunters by others who might have some sort of a beef with somebody. This would increase property theft, vandalism, as well as increase the odds of a conflict in and out of the woods. A name on a camera could be potentially dangerous. A telephone number, though, oh yeah, I'm all for that. Would change cell camera hunting prohibition from the current same calendar day to within 24 hours. This will effectively eliminate all hunting in the areas with cell cameras unless the hunter turns off transmission more than 24 hours before hunting the area, and will increase the enforcement difficulty. It would require written permission for the placement of any camera, cell or non-cell, on any private land, including current use recreational. The exception listed is state-owned or managed land. Town or county-owned lands are not listed as an exception. They are not privately owned, and they should be exempted. Current use recreational land tax category is forbidden to restrict hunting, fishing, or nature observation. Cameras absolutely fit nature observation. A lot of people that are not even hunters utilize game cameras. There's an entire social media groups dedicated to such non-hunter game camera nature photos. Game cameras are definitely, I'd argue, nature observation. Landowners receive an additional 20% property tax discount for land enrolled in the current use recreational tax category, with the agreement that the land remain open for recreation. I quote, "If a landowner decides not to post no trespassing and opens the property to public use without an entrance fee, for 12 months of the year, the land is entitled to a 20% reduction in the current use assessment of the acres open to public recreational use. To receive the additional 20% recreational adjustment, the landowner must allow all of the following activities: hunting, skiing, fishing, snowshoeing, hiking, and nature observation. If any of these activities are detrimental to a specific agriculture or forest crop, that activity may be prohibited. If the 20% recreational adjustment has been granted, posting to prohibit any activity requires the approval of local assisting officials," end quote. Additionally, this law change will result in much more land being posted, especially in the southeast New Hampshire, because landowners will get very tired of being asked permission and will just post the land to stop the phone calls and door knocking. Southeast New Hampshire has literally hundreds of cameras out there that would now need permission slips. My ideas for compromise are all cameras labeled clearly with a valid working telephone number only, or hunting license. Written permission for any camera within 300 feet of a building, occupied or not, as well as livestock corrals, fenced pasture, active vegetable garden, or orchard, regardless of the tax category. Written permission for any cellular camera on land not in current use recreational. Town or county lands are not privately owned and should be exempted from needing written permission. Change the cell camera portion back to same calendar day as currently, or alternatively, simply ban cell camera use during open bear and deer season if enforcement has been proving to be an issue. And current use recreational tax category landowners may not restrict camera nor require written permission for those. That would put it on the hunter or the nature watcher to go to the town clerk and confirm current use recreational status, as none of the phone applications provide that tax category info. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Oh, did you have written testimony to pass around?
Yep.
You can hand that over. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you so much for your testimony. The chair will put on his glasses and call Dennis Ward, who is supporting the bill and needs 5 minutes. If you can keep it to your time or slightly less, that'd be appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. I probably won't need 5 minutes. I just overstate just in case. For the record, I am Dennis Ward. I'm a retired dairy farmer from up in northern New Hampshire, Monroe, New Hampshire, actually. I own some parcels of land that hunters hunt on. My farm's been in my family for more than 200 years, and to be honest, I have really good rapport with all the hunters up there that hunt my property. Some of them, and probably most of them, come to me and say, I'm going to hunt on your land. Do you mind? And I totally appreciate it. My wife, my family, and I, and my brothers, sisters, all of us walked the woods on my property, on property they all own. Quite a bit when we can. We're getting a little older, so we don't so much anymore. But I would be very distressed if I got up there and found game cameras that I didn't know were there. I have never posted my property because the hunters have been good. They come ask me, or I've had hunters say, "I got a deer up on yours. You want a slice of meat or something?" And so I'm happy to have people out there. We have a lot that's almost 100 acres, and we went to the school and said, use it for your kids. They've taken the students up there. They've built a 3-sided shelter out of trees from up there that they cut. They do outdoor classes up there. They even have had some of their classes go up on a weekend and stay overnight. We're happy to have people use it, but my mindset, and it's similar to those that I talk to, is that this is my property. I do the upkeep on it. I log it as conservatively and as conscious of the environment as I can. And I think if somebody wants to use the property that I'm caring for, they should let me know. And I've had people say to me they were surprised that it wasn't already a law that they had to get permission to put something like game cameras up there. It's the same with the tree stands. People, whether they injure a tree or not, people think that they ought to ask the owner first. But anyway, I support this. Most of the people, the landowners that I talk to up in northern New Hampshire support this. So appreciate your... I would like to talk to one point. There's been some suggestions of changes. I don't think you can make this perfect. You can have 18 pages of legislation to get all of the details that might be missed. But I think we have to trust and understand that you need to get the basic concept down. And I think Fish and Game has been very good. They've I don't remember if it was Fish and Game or the police department, but one or the other has been to me and said, hey, we're going to do something that involves your property. And I don't remember what it was for now, but Fish and Game is very good at, unless they have to keep it secret, they talk to the landowners and let them know what they're doing. So that's not an issue as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Based on your testimony, it sounds like you have a great working relationship with the hunters that come to your land. Is that correct?
I do, yes.
So then, if you have this great relationship now, how is this bill going to make it better?
Well, I'm a bit conservative, and I watch what's happening in government nationwide. Not as much in New Hampshire, but nationwide and some in New Hampshire. And there's so much creep into the rights of property owners. I'm concerned about it. You allow hunters without getting permission now. Even nature people that are looking at nature, this is fine. It's not a big deal. But when does it move to somebody spying on me or trying to find out what I'm doing that I shouldn't be doing or whatever? I think it's a courtesy to let the landowner know.
Thank you for your testimony. Any further questions? Seeing none,
Thank you.
the chair now recognizes and calls Neil Kirk. Supports the bill and asks for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Neil Kirk. I live in Ware, and I'm representing myself. This bill is very important because of its privacy aspects. One of the reasons why folks keep their land open and don't post it is because they have no problem with hunters, bird watchers, and everyone else coming on their land and doing things. If you change that, excuse me, if technology changes that, and so without further legislation, anyone coming on my property or a property can put up a camera and see what I'm doing with my wife or whatever I happen to be doing with my friends and neighbors when we walk the property, I'm going to have an adverse reaction to that. I don't want what I'm doing to be available for some public sitting in a bar somewhere watching it at their convenience. It's just not the kind of thing that I expected. So I'm going to react to that. Retroactively, you're changing the rules, so I'm going to take my land out of conservation status. I'm not going to put my land into conservation status. I'm going to post my land. You will find that the available land for hunting and bird watching decreases immediately by those people who are upset that retroactively, after they've put their land into conservation expecting certain things, find out that's not the case. Technology has changed the way we do things, and the legislature has an obligation to make sure that we protect those people who have expectations of privacy on their own property, even when they open it up to others, not expecting to be spied on. I don't know how you deal with some of the other issues in this bill. It's not my area of expertise. But I think the chairman was right when he suggested before that not only should this issue cover hunters, but it should cover other people accessing that property who are not hunters, to protect the privacy of the landowner. Now, some landowners may not care, and that's fine. But the point is that you give people the option to say, yes, I accept these cameras on my property, or I don't, and not be surprised when they're out with their honey necking in the woods, so to speak, finding they're on candid camera and everybody in the local bar room is laughing at them. This is a very important bill from a privacy point of view, and I hope you folks will do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, former representative and the Honorable Neil Kirk. It's good to see you again, and it's good to hear that you're still out necking in the woods with your wife.
I'm not sure that she'll appreciate the fact I've made that public, but nonetheless, yes.
Representative Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just going off my own personal memory. Game cameras have been around probably 30 years with film, meaning I remember back in the day, we'd have to go in, swap the film out, and get it developed to get pictures. Digital cameras probably been around about 20 years, where you just take the SD card out. Live action cameras, I think, have been around maybe 10 years. So this technology in many forms has been around for almost 30 years, and it has transformed to what we see today with these live action cameras. But the point is, what has changed over the last 10 years that these cameras have been around, the live action ones, and today?
Thank you for the question. Very simply, the price has gone down and everybody can have these. Simple as that. The fact that technology is very expensive means that it's not readily available. When it becomes cheap, it's readily available, everybody uses it, and that's the reason for the problem today.
Thank you. And yet, Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can you explain for me a little bit what you mean by retroactively? That this changes retroactively the way the law was? Can you just clarify for me? Thank you.
I shouldn't have used the word changes the law retroactively, but it changes how the law works retroactively.
Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Kirk, welcome.
Good to see you, sir.
Undercurrent use currently allows folks to have access to land, open access to land. Do you believe that under those current use laws and having the ability to have open access to land,
gives you a right to surveil that property of another individual?
Personally, no, and I think that's the issue before the House with this particular bill. I think, especially in New Hampshire, where we're pretty individualistic and protect our own privacy rights, look at that recent constitutional amendment that passed with 81% of the vote. We expect certain things, and when those expectations don't come about, we react. And one of the things we expect is that when we open our property to others, they're going to go there, look at it, ride horses, whatever they're going to do, but they're not going to do the kinds of things we don't expect them to do, and that includes surveillance, unintentional or intentional. We just don't expect that. And I think to the extent that that is now possible and apparently legal, possible in terms of economics, legal in terms of the fact that apparently it's not prohibited by law, I think folks in New Hampshire look to the legislature to protect them, to resolve that issue. That's what this bill does.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any further questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you again for taking my question. In an open public area, there is no expectation of privacy. That's fact. That's law. Meaning you're walking through the woods, you're in a parking lot, you're in a public space. Here, there's no expectation of privacy. So I hear this talk about privacy, privacy, privacy. These game cameras are invading privacy, but in reality, they're in open space. They're in an area where if I want to go with my telephoto camera and take pictures, I'm free to do. So I don't see the difference here between open space, whether it's a live action camera or someone with a cell phone camera.
Thank you for that question. I do see a distinction. The kinds of spaces that you're talking about are so-called, quote, public spaces, unquote. The street, the public courthouse. What we're talking about here is private property. And I think the expectations of privacy are very different for that, even where private property is, by the landowner's action or inaction, open to the public. I see a very great distinction between those two situations.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee.
The chair will now call Nick Spader. Okay. I knew it wasn't SpongeBob.
So my name is Nick Spadero. I live in Ware. Thank you for taking my statement. I see a couple of additional issues with this bill. Ones that Diane didn't mention. She did a good job of listing a lot of them. My first one is that no one mentioned what the fee is if you are caught with a game camera. And the fee as listed in the bill is $1,000 per offense. And to me, that's pretty harsh. If this bill passes, it goes into effect 60 days after it passes. And so some people, like me, have dozens of cameras out in the woods, and I'm going to have to do a mad dash to try to remember and find every single one of them. And if I miss a couple, and my name and phone number is already on my game camera, I'm going to get a call from Fish and Game, and I could be in for thousands of dollars. And to me, when you can do a lot of things illegally in the woods, hunting things out of season, poaching the wrong gender of animal, this fee schedule just doesn't fit with everything else. A couple years ago, I shot a male turkey, which is referred to as a tom, and there was a female turkey in the grass next to him, and I didn't see her. And 2 of my pellets from my shotgun struck her in the head and unfortunately killed her. So I called Fish and Game. They came down and gave me a $200 fee and took the bird. And I thought $200 was a little excessive for my first offense and an honest mistake. And so to charge people $1,000 for a game camera when people have dozens out there could be excessive, in my opinion. The other thing that's not mentioned, and I do sympathize with folks, landowners, I'm a landowner myself, that thought that this was already the law. It makes sense when you first hear it that it would be law, but I'm going to list the states that do not require permission to place a game camera on private land. Massachusetts does not require it. Vermont does not require it. Rhode Island does not require it. New Jersey does not require it. New York does not require it. Connecticut does not require it. So I don't think that the great state of New Hampshire should be in a club with all those other states and have more restrictive game camera access than states like New York, Massachusetts, Jersey, in Connecticut.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Chair now calls Chris Fife, who's asked for 3 to 5 minutes and supports the bill and does have written testimony. So if you could just leave that over there for Representative Ming, that would be fantastic. And thank you, Representative Ming, for taking the handouts.
Good morning, Chairman, Committee. My name is Chris Fife. I'm Public Affairs Manager for Weyerhaeuser, and I'm also currently the President of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. I'm also a hunter and a small landowner myself. And I'm speaking today on behalf of Weyerhaeuser. I have much of what I'm going to say in the written comments that I'm passing around. Those apply to both SB 14 and 15, so I will just focus on SB 14 right now. Weyerhaeuser owns approximately 24,000 acres in Coos County in the towns of Errol, Dummer, Cambridge, and Wentworth location. This is part of our overall New England timberland ownership in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. Our forest management is certified under the Sustainable Forestry Initiative, or SFI, and additionally, our New Hampshire timberlands are managed under a working forest conservation easement, ensuring that the land will be managed for timber, will not be developed, and will remain open to the public for snowmobiling, dispersed recreation, and including hunting. We recognize that New Hampshire has a rich hunting tradition and heritage that's underpinned by hunters' respect for private landowners who allow them to access to hunt on private property. Weyerhaeuser recognizes that this tradition supports sound game management, as well as important recreational economies in the small communities where we own land. We welcome hunting and fishing and other dispersed recreation on our property and strive to maintain a relationship of mutual respect with hunters. These users are often the first ones to alert us if there are any issues out on the land, and that's important to us. They act as another set of eyes when we don't have our own foresters in an area on a routine basis. Game cameras, however, aren't really an essential part of New Hampshire's hunting tradition. In fact, they're a relatively new technology that can conduct surveillance of a landowner's property without landowner's knowledge. I know this was addressed to the committee, and I would agree with the comments that were made prior to what I said about the technology and the price of the technology, recognizing that it has been out for a while, but the price is such now that really any hunter can get a hold of game camera and put those out. Landowners don't have any opportunity to view the images or the data captured by the cameras, and usually no knowledge of where the cameras are placed. So SB 14's requirement for permission to place the game camera on private property is a common sense step, really respecting landowners' rights while maintaining New Hampshire's hunting tradition. When a hunter contacts us asking permission to place a game camera, it provides an opportunity for us to ensure that we do not have operational plans for that location. This communication helps us to avoid conflict and to provide a safe experience for the hunter, for our loggers, and for our foresters. I know that I'm speaking for many of the other large landowners and managers in northern New Hampshire when I say that SB 14 will strengthen New Hampshire's hunting tradition, encouraging landowners to continue to generously share their land with recreational users, a practice that benefits our local communities and the state. So as a New Hampshire timberland owner, Weyerhaeuser respectfully urges the committee to pass SB 14 as presented. And if I could, I would just like to say a couple of things just to make the point that this law would not only apply to hunters, as I understand it, but to anybody who puts a game camera in the woods. And I don't know if littering falls under fish and game laws, and I didn't have a chance to look at that. But I will say that the forest rangers and the wardens are always very helpful and responsive to landowners, to us as a landowner, if we have issues with littering, in helping us figure that out. So they act as their law enforcement capabilities help us on issues beyond just straight forestry issues or fish and game issues. And so I think the game camera being put out, whether it's put out by someone specifically for hunting or for another purpose, would still they would still be our go-to for the first point of contact if we had a question about that. We also would be very interested in helping any hunter who was being harassed in working with Fish and Game to pursue whoever was doing the harassment in whatever method was necessary to prevent that. It's very important to us that hunters can still use our property, that tradition is upheld, and we would see that as a real affront to that tradition and just frankly to common decency and respect for hunters out on that property. So I don't think the name and the requirements of a name and a phone number should be a concern here, and it would be very helpful to the landowner in being able to communicate with the owner of the camera. So I thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I want to thank you for, Weyerhaeuser has 24,000 acres, and on behalf of the people, keeping it open for hunting, because that's an incredible amount of land. Don't you think this will be a logistical nightmare for owning so much land? You theoretically could get bombarded with thousands of requests from hunters for permission to place cameras on your land. How would you go about implementing something with such a great magnitude?
Thank you for that question. Yeah, that's certainly something that when we first read this bill was one of our bigger questions. And I think the provision in here to be able to post to allow cameras, if that comes to be, if we find there's a huge number of requests, that would be an option we could take. My experience in working with the land base in New Hampshire is that I would be surprised if there were more than a dozen or so requests for this. So that's something we'll have to see as this plays out. But I think knowing whose camera it is, that is more important to us at this point. And having people request permission, then the next step for us would be figuring out if we need to go the posting.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. You bring up an interesting point, and I'm mentioning this just so maybe we can, when the Colonel comes up, we can talk about this later. Were you saying, if I understood you correctly, because of the definition of game camera as is put in this law, which says any device capable of recording, et cetera, that you would read that to say it covers any situation where someone, so the Fish and Game, this law in the Fish and Game would then cover anyone that puts a camera that fits this definition, regardless of why they're putting it out there. I think that's what you said. If I even made that even partially clear, I'm sorry. And maybe the Colonel can address that later, but
thank you. Yeah,
it's a good point, I think.
I probably was not clear in stating that either, because I'm certainly not an expert on that. But I guess the point I will make is that Fish and Game is often the one that we as a landowner will go to first, because they and the forest rangers represent the law enforcement that deals with issues on forest land, especially in the North Country. And so I appreciate you following up, and I'd be very interested to hear the Colonel's response to that as well.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Walter Lacey, supports the bill and has asked for 2 minutes.
I've discovered I had a hearing issue in a setting like this, and I appreciate your patience. I am Walter Lacey from Keene, and my wife and I own 650 acres of land in Keene, Swansea, and Chesterfield. Although not a hunter myself, I believe very strongly in traditional uses of the land, and hunting is certainly one of them. Our land has always been open to hunting and trapping. I can't imagine that changing. That being said, I have had a problem with tree stands over the years, twice associated with game cameras. In 2 instances, healthy, valuable oak trees are damaged. None of the stands or cameras had contact information on them, and all my efforts to communicate with the owners by leaving my contact information on flagging tape was unsuccessful. In the most recent incident, because of the nature of the camera involved, a Fish and Game officer was able to identify the offender. The mutual benefits of having contact information on this equipment seem undeniable. A simple phone call could clear up any question a landowner might have, and a hunter might get back a misplaced stand or camera. The increasing use and sophistication of game cameras should require permission for their use on private land. The idea that something is allowed in my backyard, but not yours, is unacceptable. It all seems to me a matter of common courtesy. If you want to leave a piece of gear on someone else's land, you get permission, put your name on it. What could be simpler than that? I don't like to see land posted. I think it's a short-sighted measure. If the common sense requirements of Senate Bills 14 and 15 are not enacted, however, I'm afraid landowners may be left with no other choice. With privileges comes some responsibility.
I understand. I think you hit the button for the mic with your hand when you were.
There we go.
I got the impression that you were also talking about the next bill as well. So, do you have written copies of that?
I do, yes.
Okay, if you could hand that down, we will consider it for both. And thank you very much for your time. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank
Make
you.
sure you pass a copy down to, or your pile of copies down to
Thank you.
Representative Ming. The chair now calls Chuck Southey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Chuck Souther. My wife Diane and I own a farm here in Concord. I want to say that we love hunters. We have numerous hunters that utilize the property. We do ask, however, that they have permission. And we do this because we are, in a large part, a pick-your-own farm and open to the public. We encourage our customers to not only do the pick-your-own thing, but spend some time on the farm. Bring a picnic lunch, go down in the hay fields, walk through the woods on our trails. So that's all part of what we do, and we think that they have a reasonable right to expect that they're not under surveillance doing that. When we give permission to the hunters, and one of the reasons we do that is to make sure that the hunters we give permission to understand that there will be members of the public on those trails, specifically on weekends, but also to find out a little bit more about what they're doing while they're out there. The same goes for tree stands. When this all came up, I was kind of surprised, as I think a lot of landowners were, to find out that we can't remove cameras that we don't know who put them there or why. That just seems wrong to me, on my own property. And what I kind of go back to in all this is when I was a teenager and my father and uncles taught me how to hunt, and when I took hunter education, which I'm thinking about it here, seeing was more than 50 years ago, the thing that I remember the most was responsibility, responsibility, responsibility. For when you go on somebody else's property, you're responsible for your actions, you're responsible for your bullet, responsible for everything. It just seems to me that that's what this really comes down to. Is it not unreasonable to ask somebody that's going to do something on your property to ask permission? That's just basic responsibility. We went through this several years ago with the arrow issue. Doesn't seem to be a problem now to put names and addresses on their arrows so that we don't find them in our hay and my dairy farming friends don't find it in their silage. So that's what this kind of came down to. I support the bill and I hope that you can pass it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony
I do
today.
have written testimony.
You have written testimony. Please pass it to Representative Ming. If there aren't enough copies, the clerk will make copies for the committee. The chair calls Stephen Wood, who supports the bill and has asked for 3 minutes.
I'll keep that gentleman dancing. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I am Stephen Wood. I and my family own about 900 and some odd acres in Lebanon and Plainfield. And we manage Poverty Lane Orchards and Farnham Hill Ciders there. And we post our land, and I have just handed around signs of our copies of our signs. We welcome hunters and always have. But we want them to show us the respect of asking permission. Pretty straightforward. We have had a wonderful relationship with hunters, therefore. And I suppose I could have brought you great big stacks of the permissions that we've handed out. But we always have a lot of hunters on the land. We also sometimes have to close part of our land because we, like Chuck Souther, have a pick your own orchard. We have walks through the woods. This year we closed a couple hundred acres until Thanksgiving. Not a single hunter complained, even people who were accustomed to hunt there. They had another several hundred acres of land to hunt on, and where they knew they were welcome. But also, one of the good things about this relationship is they will encourage other hunters to ask permission. It seems to me New Hampshire has a long history of supporting the rights of hunters, which we support as well, but also of profound respect for private property and for personal privacy. This bill is about all of those things. And it's also, Chuck Souther was speaking of respect, it's about that and common courtesy, civility. We own this land, we pay taxes on this land, we care for this land. And it is not very difficult to ask us permission. It's very rare for us to deny permission. There has to be something pretty egregious for us to say no. But we also find that, as I say, the hunters, we don't police our land, the hunters police the land. The hunters tell us where there are stands that don't have names on them. The hunters tell us that there are people parking where they shouldn't be parking. And, you know, yes, those very welcoming signs we've passed around, which basically say you're welcome to use this land, just please ask permission for a few things. Some of them wind up on the ground with bullets in them, you know, or tires over them. The hunters usually put them back up because we have developed this respectful relationship, but it is founded in part on the courtesy of them respecting our private property rights and asking permission. This bill seems to be an absolutely sensible extension of that in the modern world. And if we start finding that we can't insist on that, we'll have one alternative, which is to take those very friendly yellow signs down, make a phone call and order hundreds of bright red no trespassing signs. That's about the last thing we want to do. And the people who've said, if you don't move forward with this sort of legislation, you're going to see more land posted to all of our detriment, I think are right. So I vigorously urge you to support this bill. Thank you for your patience and attention.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. It appears you have an incredible system there of hunter access, a good system of cooperation, no problems, according to your testimony. So why would a bill like this be needed based upon the system that you have that's in place that seems to work so well?
A bill like this is needed, sir, because of what others have said, which is that the people don't know how to act. And this stuff is very well available to all sorts of people. And if you don't, I want to make sure people know. I don't want to spend the money to go put something like game cameras, take our signs down and add a line about game cameras. I want to just be able to rely on people asking permission and getting other people to ask permission. And this law would, I agree if you're implying that it's a pity that we we need this sort of clarity in law now. But I'm afraid I think we do need this sort of clarity in law now. So it's not going to improve on our circumstance with hunters. It's just going to further clarify the circumstance, the deal. And it's not a system. It's just our communicating with the people who are welcome to use our land, what our expectations are, and they're behaving accordingly. I mean, I guess that's a system. I don't know. I don't think of it as a systems engineer. I just made a welcoming sign quite a lot. I mean, we've had those signs up for 25 years or something. So.
Thank you, sir. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and testifying.
Yes, sir.
Seeing you requiring permission for hunting on your properties, do you get overwhelmed with calls, or is it just an appreciative thing to understand who's on your property?
We don't get overwhelmed with calls. And I remember a day, again, we're in Lebanon in Plainfield. I remember a day when I thought we might be getting overwhelmed with hunters. I'm not sure where the edge of overwhelmed is. With all that land, I'm perfectly comfortable giving the 20 or 30 people who ask permission. We usually have discussions about where other people are hunting. And as I say, we ask them not to go certain places during periods. But no, I mean, I suppose if we got overwhelmed, if it became a real profound nuisance, we'd have to rethink, but we've never had to rethink. I mean, I've got this stack of files. I don't know why we even keep the files, but we have it. It's not like perforated. They fill out the whole thing, and we keep one part, and they take one part that says they have permission to hunt on our land, and ours says what their license number and name and phone number and contact info is, and that's that. And their hunting license number as well. And we give it to out-of-state hunters as well on occasion. I mean, here's a denial. 7 guys show up from Massachusetts. Well, 7 guys show up from anywhere. One of them's looking a little bit tight, and they all want to go out and hunt together. Not today, sir. I mean, we don't let huge parties of people hunt together, but that's out of respect to the other hunters as much as anything else, and also to our neighbors and whatever.
Thank you, sir. Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Is it possible that only few property owners have their telephone number written in the property? That's why not too many hunters can reach out to the property owners?
I thought it was required on well, actually, of course, it's only required if you're posting your land. I don't know. I mean, it's an easy matter of record to find out who owns a piece of land. All the town databases, they've all. I mean, the property maps are pretty good now. Technology's pretty good on that now. You can find a landowner quite easily. But I don't know the answer to that question, sir.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
I just want to make this not a question, but a statement that I have full support of your ownership of your property and your rights.
Thanks. That's very kind of you to say, sir. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your attention.
The chair will now call Joyce Brady, who supports the bill and has asked for 2 minutes. If you could please stay to your time, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Joyce Brady. I'm New Hampshire Farm Bureau president. I'm a landowner, and I'm a farmer. The unfortunate thing of testifying near the end is everybody's already said everything.
That could be a good thing.
Right. So now I have other things to say. New Hampshire is a very unique state. There's very few states, and I apologize, I don't know exactly how many, that give the privilege of hunting as long as the land's not posted. So when the gentleman had testified that our neighboring states don't require permission for cameras, he forgot to mention that they all require written permission to hunt anytime. So a lot of states, you have to have written permission to hunt anytime, anywhere. So New Hampshire allows a very unique privilege to hunters. The landowners in New Hampshire have the right to make a decision. Do they want to allow these hunters or do they not? They post their land or they don't. If they're in current use, there are other ways to have restrictions, but it's the landowner's right to make that decision. As a hunter, having a privilege, you need to respect the owner, the land. You need to appreciate that privilege. And out of appreciation, and maybe it's just because I grew up many years, I'm one of the old school people now. I hate to say that, but I am. And it's about appreciation. It's about respect, common courtesy. We have seen more and more people moving up to our state with a different mindset. And I think that's part of the problem between the cheaper cameras and everybody has access to them, along with just a different mindset. And we need to protect our landowners and give them the rights that they have through paying their taxes and their mortgage to say yes or no to cameras. And let the hunter appreciate their privilege by making them ask. It's actually a sad day that we're here testifying, asking a law to be passed to make hunters understand that they have a privilege and they should appreciate it.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your time today. Chair calls Kyle Baker, who supports the bill, has asked for 2 minutes. If you could please keep it to 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kyle Baker. I am here representing the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. Hampshire Wildlife Federation is a statewide association that represents protecting the right to hunt, fish, and trap in New Hampshire, as well as the protection of the access to land to hunt, fish, and trap on. Represent approximately 55 different fish and game clubs, as well as an affiliated membership of about 50,000 sportsmen and women around the state. And we are in support of this bill. We see this as a great a balance, strikes the right balance between protecting the ability to continue the traditional open land use policies in New Hampshire, as well as protecting and honoring and respecting the privilege of the use of private land. I forgot to bring the math with me today, but for every, the math works out to roughly every acre that's owned and managed by the state. These guys in the back of the room here, they manage about 100. So it's incredibly important to sportsmen around the state that these lands remain active and open for all recreational uses, including hunting, fishing, and trapping. When we originally started talking about this bill, we went down and we met with folks from the timberland owners, as well as the Farm Bureau, and listening to the personal stories that these folks have had about negative interactions with, these guys will be the first people to tell you that 99% of the hunters are great, but it's always the 1% that they have some trouble with. So we see this bill as a great balance. Game cameras are a great piece of technology. When you're looking to recruit young folks into hunting, a game camera is a great way to do it. Nothing gets a kid more excited than seeing the bear, the deer on the camera, and seeing this is what's going on in the woods near your home. So we encourage the technology, but at the same time we respect the need for the balance with landowner respect. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that folks might have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Dan Dockham, who supports the bill and has asked for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm here to represent myself. My name is Dan Dockham. I live in the town of Gilmanton, and I'm a lifelong resident of Belknap County. As a farmer, small-time farmer, hobby farmer, and a sportsman, hunter, fishing, trapping, all of that, I support the bill. And in talking with farmer neighbors, friends, as well as other sportsmen and whatever is what's kind of helped me form my opinion. I have to this date not had any abuse, but one thing that has gotten my concern is, and you've heard it over and over, privacy. I have a driveway that's a half a mile long off from a back road. It's dead end. Nobody goes by the house or anything else. On that driveway, there's two very good deer crossings. And I don't mind people using them for hunting. But one of my big concerns is if somebody wants to rob me, rip off, a lot of equipment that's not under lock and key and whatever. And they can set up the cameras and find out when me and my wife leave, when we return, and then go help themselves. Other than that, I guess pretty much everything has been said. As a sportsman, I believe we owe the other landowners the courtesy of getting permission, and I appreciate the privilege that they provide for me. I'll be glad to try to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming in today and testifying. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Very good. Thank you for hearing me out.
Chair calls Jason Stock, who is representing the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. He's asked for 3 minutes. He does have written testimony. And Jason, as I do with a lot of people who testify professionally, I'll tell you, if you've got the written testimony, please try not to read from it. Thank you.
It's actually not my testimony, it's testimony on behalf of people that feel
You can explain it when you're at the mic.
Still getting used to the microphone thing. Well, good morning. For the record, my name's Jason Stock. I'm the executive director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and I apologize that the testimony that I am providing is from a number of members that have sent me emails and letters and asked me to forward them. They did have some email bounces and things of that nature, and they just said, "Hey, belt and suspenders, if you could just take it with you when you go Tuesday morning, please do." So. But again, Jason Stock, New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, I truly appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of this bill. Our membership, we represent timberland owners in the state's forest products industry. We have approximately 1,300 members who own and or manage about 1 million acres of land in the state of New Hampshire. And much of it is actually open to hunting. We support traditional hunting. Wildlife management's a big part of healthy forest. Talk to any land manager who's trying to manage an area, trying to manage a hardwood stand in an area with high dense moose populations. They will be pulling their hair out, telling you, "I can't get any regeneration because that darn moose just keeps coming through and mowing my sugar maple and yellow birch saplings." So we support hunting. Our members are really involved in hunting personally. I am as well. I hunt. But what I want to say is this bill, yes, it's about game cameras, but, and I think you've heard about this, this is about privacy. You heard the terms common courtesy, respect. What we're talking about here is putting a device on someone's piece of property that takes an image or a video and in some cases can send it anywhere. And if you think about that, if I have a piece of property and someone's out taking images and then without my knowledge, that to me is invasive. And, you know, as a landowner and as someone who owns property, you know, I should at least have the courtesy of saying, you know, if you're going to put a camera up, great, just put it on the back 40 or put it over here. This is an area that I use with my family. I hike with my grandkids, etc. So for us, this is a personal property issue. It's a property rights issue. And you've heard from landowners today of all size ownerships, geographic. This isn't just a
Sullivan County issue. This isn't just a Coos County issue. You heard it from landowners from across the state. As the price of cameras have come down, there are more out there on the landscape, and so that is kind of what has brought us here. Is this proliferation of these cameras. People own land for a lot of different reasons. They own it as an investment. They own it for recreation. They own it as a buffer from neighbors or as an extension of their home property. And they own it for solitude. And in some cases, some of our members, they own it for work. I may be a logger and I may go out and buy a couple thousand acres because that's where I'm going to work this next winter. That's kind of why I would buy it. And so this notion about privacy and rights of privacy, I wanted to touch on that because people own land for different reasons. There are also parts of that property that may be on the back 40 that are particularly special. I've had the benefit of being with many of my members. Well, they'll go for a walk in their forest and they'll take you to an area. This is a really special spot. This is where my father's ashes are. Or this is a lookout. This is where I proposed to my wife, what have you. And these are areas on people's property that really mean something to them. And so the thought of having a camera placed there without their knowledge is really kind of an affront to them. And they say, it just isn't right. Ask for permission. And I can say, yeah, don't put it on the corner by the stone wall and the old apple tree. That's an area that's special to me and my family. And so, it was suggested earlier in some of the earlier testimony that, well, maybe you just do a 300-foot buffer area. Well, that doesn't cover those types of situations. It just doesn't work. And again, as I mentioned, I've had members call and, as I've heard from our members, and there are a lot of members that'll say, this is a privacy. If I have children, and I have children, that I take out on the property or my grandkids, I don't want potentially an image kind of going out and who knows where. And so that's an issue. The other piece is these cameras, when we conduct a timber sale, they're out there on the property and you'll have foresters or loggers come along and they're getting ready, they're marking the wood, they're laying out the sale, and here's a camera. Now what? If it isn't labeled, what do I do with it? We've been told by New Hampshire Fish and Game Department, that's private property, don't take it down. Well, I'm trying to work here, trying to get a job done, and I'm told not to take it down. I don't know who to contact. I feel like I'm in a catch-22. I call Fish and Game, and sure, they'll come out and take it. But as I think we heard earlier, people have many cameras. As I think I heard earlier in earlier testimony, dozens of cameras. And I may miss one or I may forget where I put them. I've heard from some hunting guides, they'll put out dozens and dozens of cameras and it's part of their business. And that's great and that's fine. But again, at least give me the courtesy or give me the option to say, look, where are you putting them? I'd like to have some say in that. And let's keep track of them so that if I'm going to lay out and harvest in a particular unit, I know, all right, it's time to get the cameras out of that unit because we're going to go do a harvest. The last couple items I want to just touch on is there was a question about contacting property owners. You had that conversation earlier about the signage from Mr. Wood. Anyone that hunts these days, you're probably familiar. There are programs called Onyx and some of these other programs that are very good in helping identify who the landowner is. So there is technology, and of course, there's the good old-fashioned go to the town hall and pull up a tax card. So there are ways to contact the landowner if you do want to find out. Okay, who do I contact if I want to put a camera out? The issue about being inundated or overrun by request. When this issue came up before the NHTOA 2 years ago, I think it was a year ago, 2 years ago, we had a very lengthy discussion about that issue, and we feel that the posting on the signage, that posting paragraph saying we allow cameras, we feel that sufficiently addresses it. And that suggestion came from one of our very large landowners up in the northern part of the state. He says, I don't want my foresters having to field hundreds of calls or dozens of calls. He goes, I just don't, it's not an issue. Great. We'll just put a sign up, cameras permitted. Good. You're good to go. Lastly, current use, it's been raised in the recreational discount. Current use, we're assessing land on its productive capability. There is an additional incentive to keep your land open for passive recreation and pedestrian recreation on property. Again, as I go back to what I had started with, installing cameras to me is not passive recreation. It just isn't passive recreation, and I would argue and contend that, again, just ask. I think people will be very surprised that most landowners happy to let you put it out there. Just let me know where it's going to go. With that, I'll conclude my testimony, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony
Thank
today.
you.
And the last card for the day, Colonel Jordan. You've asked for 5 minutes. Thank you much. I think people want lunch.
Yes, I certainly would join that. If you're buying, Mr. Chairman. He didn't say yes, so I guess I'm going to be buying my own. So I view this already as a success because, quite frankly, first of all, I want to start by thanking, before I forget it, thanking every landowner in here today who's come to testify and who continually allows us, as sportsmen, the chairman is, the vice chair is, I know, and maybe many more of you, I certainly am, for the opportunity to hunt on your property. I think it's incredibly generous of you. And I just want to thank you for that. So, and that brings me to why this bill was born. So this is a piece of success because we were able to get the Timberlands Association, landowners, Farm Bureau, and sportsmen through the Wildlife Federation, which represents the largest group of sportsmen in the state, all together in agreement that something needs to be done. And so there was a lot of effort put forth to balance the rights of both the landowner, which is important to me, and I'll tell you why in a minute, and the sportsman, which is important to me because I am one. So I didn't want this to be an anti-sportsman's bill, and I certainly didn't want it to throw landowners out of current use. I think moving to that step is a mistake. I think that's what's happened in our western states. There are a lot of western states where you can't hunt. You can be shot for being on properties, which we're very lucky in New Hampshire. We don't have that. We're a permissive state, and I'd like to do whatever I can while I'm here to make sure that continues. The number one complaint I get in the fall, the number one complaint, and it's been going this way for a couple of years now, is cameras and tree stands. It is the number one complaint of landowners. Landowners are shocked when they call me and they say, listen, I found a bunch of cameras on my lawn or my land, and no one asked me permission for that. And I tell them, well, they don't really have to if you're not posted. And so it puts me in a bad spot as a sportsman because I work very hard not to provide landowners, and I'm going to confess to something, a simple answer by saying, all you got to do is post your land, and I can end this call in just a few minutes. Get some signs, and I can read to you how it should be posted, and post your land. It can't be on it. That's not what we should be doing in Fish and Game. I think we should be trying to mitigate as much as we can between the landowner and the hunters, and this was an effort to do that. So the cameras have become more popular. Representative Smith asked this earlier, and I think for two reasons. One is the technology has really improved. They're highly successful in harvesting game, and the price. I mean, you can buy a camera today for $39. So the price did it, and I think the world we live in, quite frankly, dictated it. I think hunters see it as a tool when they're working busy schedules like we all are, and they put the cameras out to do some of that hunting. So I crafted this originally, and I worked with the three groups that I've already mentioned to kind of wordsmith it, make sure we were all on the same page, and we worked very hard at it. A number of things happened here. In the world of compromise, and I'm not best known for compromise, I'll be the first to admit, so I want the record to reflect I'm here today prepared to do that, because that's how important it is to the landowners behind me. And passing this is more important probably than some of the things I personally want. I put in the paragraph about cellular cameras because that concerns me because it flies directly in the face of fair chase. I think as an agency, we should promote fair chase. Cellular cameras, the ones that provide instant pictures to folks. My experience has been, and we do make several cases on this now, but my experience has been people are sitting in their homes. They're setting these up on bait sites behind their homes. Not everybody, but there are a number of people doing that, and they're allowing the camera to do the hunt. And to me, that's not right. And so my effort when we did this bill was to prevent that from happening. I'm not going to die on my sword for that. It's more important, I think, the rest of this. And so the other thing that came out in this from Legislative Services was the written permission part. And I think that, I don't know why that was put in there. I never intended anyone to get written permission, and I didn't intend that for two reasons. One, I don't think landowners are comfortable doing it. They feel like believe it or not, landowners feel like if they sign their name, that they're now responsible. So they may say no just for that reason. Two, I get permits all the time, trapping permits, tree stand permits, baiting permits. Yeah, I don't need another permit. All I want is hunters to be able to get permission to be on there, and they can do that verbally. And so how would that work, you would ask? If a name is on a camera or contact information, I'll talk about that in a minute, is on a camera, and I can call Jim Splain. I'll pick on Representative Splain. I can call Jim and say, hey, Jim, you're on Representative Brown's land. Did you have permission to put that camera out there? Yes, I did. I can check on that. I can call Mr. Brown if I want to, and I can say, did you give Jim Splain permission? I don't need a written permission slip. So if that's a hang-up for folks, now, I need to be careful because I don't know how many commissioners are watching me testify, my commissioners, but I am supposed to get permission from my commission if I make changes. I certainly would bring that and encourage my commission to consider amending that piece of it. We didn't write that originally. I said permission. I never said written. And I think OLS used written because we use written in everything else. So I think that's why that happened. So, and name and contact information is very important. To be able to identify a camera that's not legal. It also has a history of making people responsible. I understand the concerns of, putting my name and my contact. I originally wrote name and address. I rethought that and said name and contact information. I am not in favor of just a cell phone. I need a name or a way to get a name. Because someone could just not answer the cell phone, and you could never get anyone to pick the phone up. So then, again, and here's the other thing that I didn't tell you. We collect these. I could probably open my own store. I have hundreds of cameras that people have never claimed because they're afraid they're in trouble. And I have no way to get them. I don't want their cameras. I want to get it back to them. It's their equipment, but I have no way of knowing whose it is. So believe it or not, it would help us do that. And I will speak to this. I know landowners. I get it. I don't own anywhere near some of the wonderful acres these guys behind me own. But what I do own is very important to me, and I paid a lot of money for it. And it is open to hunting and fishing. Or access to fishing. So I would be very upset if I saw a camera on my land and no one had the courtesy to just say, hey, I don't even care where you put it. I just want to know who it is so that I know someone out there is a sportsman and it's not someone spying on me. It's just a simple respect and courtesy. And I forget why I was going this way. But so I understand the desire when I find that as a landowner to go out and remove that. That's my land and I want to remove that. Let me tell you how that has created a problem. I have a young lady called me. She found a camera pointing towards her residence that she failed to, as some folks do, she failed to tell me the whole story, but the whole story was she used to live there. She was thrown out of it by the town. She was going back to that home for whatever reason, and so the police department put up a camera to watch the house. She saw the camera on her house, on her own land. She destroyed the camera to get it down, and then the police department came after her to pay for the damages to the camera. And her call to me was, can they do that? Absolutely, they can do that. That's their private property. So if you go out and you cut a cable on a camera, or you do damage to a camera, or if you give it back to the hunter and you've got a hunter who's miserable and he says, oh, my camera doesn't work anymore, you're going to be liable for the damage. To me, it's better to have us do that, law enforcement do that. That's why law enforcement doesn't allow people to take abandoned cars, doesn't allow them to do any of that stuff, because you're putting a landowner in the crosshairs for liability. So it's better to call law enforcement to do that. So 33 years I've been doing this, I've never had a complaint from a landowner who says I'm getting too many calls asking for permission. I've never had that happen. Maybe that will happen in this, but I believe if you're making them ask permission and they're posting their names on it, you're not going to get that many people. I'll tell you what you do get, and it's appalling. I don't know if any of you go to the deer hunting page on the Facebook. I'm not a social media guy, but these young guys that I hire have driven me to do some of this, much to my dismay. And I follow that page on occasion. You'd be amazed what you see. So on more than one occasion, I've seen folks with cameras that have been hunting a piece of land like I do year after year after year, and it slowly becomes my land because I'm shooting deer on it, and I've never seen the landowner, and so I get that thought process in my head that that's my spot. And then they'll post a picture of someone walking in front of their camera, and they'll say, "Do you know who this guy is? He's in my spot." On 2 occasions, it's been the landowner. Now, do I have to explain to you how angry they are when that happens and they see that and people are swearing at him and they're the landowner? He has more right to be there than anyone else. So it's just an example of what we're trying to mitigate here. And so this bill would go a long ways to do that. Representative Spillane brought a good point about, do we need a criminal law? No, this law applies to everybody, no matter what. So the good news in New Hampshire is criminal law and fish and game law apply to everybody equally. So a trooper can enforce a fish and game law. I can enforce a criminal law. So this law defines a camera, not just as a tool for hunting, but as a tool for observation. So you wouldn't need any additional law. This one would cover it all. And as regards to the fine, we originally put in a $100 fine. I thought that was sufficient. The Senate boosted that up to $1,000. They felt after the testimony that the $100 wasn't enough, and they boosted it to $1,000. One other point I want to make about fines, this young man talking behind me, the hunter, it concerned me because he mentions that he would have a lot of cameras out and this bill would come into effect. We obviously wouldn't, in the first year, probably make any cases on this. We would, like we do with any law change, significant change, we would issue warnings to folks. Hey, the law's changed. You got to get your camera out of there. You got to put your name on it. You got to do all these things. We would do that before we'd ever write a ticket the first 30 days. So, a couple things I want to just remind you of when you're thinking about voting for this. There are a number of states out west. There's a move in the west to outlaw cameras completely. This has become such a problem in some places. And I'll tell you, the outfitters out there are using them, the guide outfitters that have multiple operations going. They're putting cameras out. They're photographing trophy animals, and they're selling the location to their sports, to their hunters. Not necessarily, I guess, a horrible thing. I don't like it, but landowners are fed up with that because people are making money on their land. And so I'm guessing that's why the legislature has moved to outlaw cameras. So I don't want that to happen in New Hampshire. I want to get control of this before it gets worse. And I would encourage you to remember that these complaints start in October and go right through into December. It is a number one complaint that we get, and I think it could be fixed with something like this. I don't know. One other thing was the town that we exempted all public land. So we exempted state land. I said state managed land. That was to cover White Mountain National Forest properties. Town lands, municipal lands are not private lands. They are public lands. So this law would not apply on town-owned land, state land, wildlife management units, or federal land. It would only apply to privately owned properties. So you wouldn't need to address that. That's in there now. Okay. And one other question I guess I won't. I guess I'm good unless you have questions of me. I tried to sum this up as quickly as I could.
Thank you, Colonel. Are there any questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Colonel, for taking
Yes,
my
sir.
questions.
Yes, sir.
First question I have, and I asked early on to, I think someone else testifying, how would Fish and Game ensure that the property owner has posted signage to ensure it's adequate? Or, in other words, I can have 8 miles of boundary line with one sign. How do you go
Yeah, you
about-
could. So, to be honest with you, the requirement for posting comes in if you want to post your property and you want to make sure that the first person who trespass on your land, we can prosecute. There is a manner of posting for that. And if you have followed that, I can take the first person you call me on. So when Jim Splain crosses onto your property, you could call me this afternoon and Jim Splain would get a ticket. If you didn't have that sign in the right location or you didn't have enough signs up, I would then go to Jim Splain and tell him this land is posted. Even though that sign wasn't up where you went in, this land is posted. You no longer can come back, and then I can summons him the second time. In your case, where we're not, all they're doing is offering up that the land is open. So if someone were to make a case, if we went in and we found a camera, and the guy said, hey, I saw a sign that said it was okay to put these cameras out there, and we saw that sign, no one's going to make a case on that. As long as I don't see that same requirement being in place. That was something the landowners asked for because they didn't want to continually get the calls. They felt that they would get a number of calls. I would predict you're not going to get a number of calls. That's my prediction. But to answer your question, it wouldn't be required.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Connor Jordan, for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
Private property, inside private property is not acceptable. That is, we all understand that. Knowing all those things, the sign we just saw, if the property owner doesn't have this sign in their property,
Yep.
there could be a issue that Hunter didn't know about this law, and how you resolve that issue.
So we resolve that all the time with folks, that we make it their responsibility to know the laws. We would do public notices if this were to change, because this is a significant change. When Fish and Game changes laws like this, we release that publicly. We also have a period of time within, as I said, within that first year where we cut people slack to kind of get them, like we did with when lead fishing tackle came in. I think it was 2 years before we ever issued a summons for it. We want to make sure everybody was aware and up to speed with it. So we take that into account, and then we publicize the change. The other thing I wanted to speak to, Mr. Chairman, was a suggestion you had made to me privately. I hope it's all right to bring it up. Contact information being a cell number and maybe a hunting license number. That's a great idea, but when I was in the back of the room, the only problem I think that might create, if we have someone out there watching wildlife, it's not required to have a hunting license. So I don't know how they would do it unless we allow for them to put their name. I'm okay with that. But I understand the concerns that Diane has brought up with posting your name and having access to that. The only thing I'd remind you, we do require that on a number of things now. We've not had any issues. Trappers have to have their name and address. We should probably go back and change that in today's world. Bow hunters have to have it on, and bait stands have to be posted with their name. So we're doing that a lot now, and we're not having issues. But I'm hoping, as long as we can figure out who the owner is, I'm good with whatever we come up with.
Thank you.
As long as my commission is.
Next year, let's try to make all the names uniform in the way we tell them how to put it, so that all of the things we have to label
Right.
have it all the same way.
We should go back and change some of that.
We can do that as a housekeeping. Representative Goalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
Just, would it be okay if we just put the language to say your name or license number? So
Yes.
that those who don't hunt
I
can
think-
have a name, and if you hunt, you can just put your license number?
I think that would be okay. Yes, I think my commission could support that.
Okay. Any further questions? Representative Smith and then Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel, again.
Yes, sir.
I have a question regarding, I'm going to read what this says. It's in paragraph 4. A property owner shall contact a local or state law enforcement officer or conservation officer to remove and seize a game camera which was placed in violation of this section. My question is twofold. One, what would be the violation if they didn't do that? And two, where in state law does it say they can't remove property that's been placed on their own personal property without getting permission from fishing game?
It doesn't. There's no law against that. So they wouldn't be violating any law. The only thing they'd be opening themselves up to is the civil liability if they do damage to it or don't return it. They'd have to return it immediately because, believe it or not, as crazy as it is, that's personal property that could be charged with theft. So my suggestion of not allowing them to do that just exempts them from all of that. But let me be clear, there's no law that prevents it now. We have landowners do that. There's no law. They haven't violated the law. They've exposed themselves to liability if there's an issue.
Thank you.
Follow up real quick.
Follow up.
So if I found a backpack in my, just like a game camera, I have every right to take that, take possession of it
Absolutely you
without
do.
being criminally charged.
You absolutely do. You'd be, if you did damage to it or didn't return it, you could face criminal charges or civil. Yes.
Thank you. And
you.
Representative Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
For taking my question. We talked a lot about what's enforceable or not in the lobster bill.
Sure.
So, what's your thought about the wording on line 12 about the 24 hours? So it says within 24 hours of remotely viewing any image of that animal from a game camera in that area. That's probably something you can't really enforce on.
So I'll tell you, when we wrote that into rule, our goal was to show the world, frankly, that we were trying to appease fair chase. We didn't ever expect to make a case for that very reason. Quite frankly, we make a lot of cases on it, and I don't understand why we're doing it. We're asking people based on the facts and circumstances of when we find these things. For instance, a bait site with a cellular camera on it. And people are telling us when those pictures are taken. So we're making a lot of cases on it. So I just thought it was better as an agency to promote fair chase principles, and that's why we did it originally. That I put that in here. It's in rule now, so we're enforcing it like that now in our administrative rules. I felt if we're going to create a rule for cameras, we should be upfront and put that up front.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I do have one more, if I may.
You may follow up.
Follow up. Do you have a feeling about the amount of the fine? You initially went with 100 and then you acquiesced to the 1,000 from Senate. It seems a little high to me. Do you have a number that you prefer?
So I wrote in 100 because I was envisioning multiple cameras. So 1,000 concerns. My experience has been with all officers. If the fine is really high, they don't issue it. They issue warnings, and so you don't get good enforcement. To me, I think we should come back a little bit the other way, halfway, and mirror it to other equipment violations.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Representative Page?
That was my question.
Oh, okay.
Good question.
Representative Oulette?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel?
Yes.
As I read the fine section, it says up to $1,000.
That's correct.
It does not
Good
make
point.
it mandatory, correct?
That's a good point. That's exactly right. So, and now that you said that, I think that's because that's the way it's written in criminal code for violations is up to $1,000.
That's exactly what I said to the vice chair
Yeah.
here. Is the up to $1,000 was not off of your fine schedule?
No, it
they
wasn't.
used the criminal code.
That's correct.
Which we're not used to seeing because we usually see your fine schedule.
Right. We have set fines normally, but I would be open to a lesser fine. But you're right. That's a very good point.
Any further questions? Representative Pear?
This is sort of a follow-up to that.
Yes.
So with up to $1,000, you already have the luxury of charging less.
We
First
could.
offense could be $100, second offense, blah, blah, blah.
As long as
And if
the-
somebody's a repeat offender or has 27 cameras out there, $1,000 sounds good.
As long as the judge approved it, that's correct. It'd be subject to judicial approval. But yes, you could. That's why it's worded that way.
Thank you. Any further questions? And I'm going to leave you with one.
Yes.
Which is, do you mind if this takes effect on a January 1st rather than within 60 days?
I don't think that's an issue. I don't believe it's an issue.
I found that trying to get things through rules tends to be better if it's a January 1st date rather
Yep.
than a 60 days.
That's always, we don't ever push that. That's always left up to the legislature. So yes.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'm going to close the testimony on SB 14 and thank the Colonel
you.
for his time. Committee, we've gone over your lunchtime a little bit. What we're going to do is come back at 1:30 for the 1 o'clock bill, and I'm going to have the assistant post a notice on the door that the bill will start at 1:30. We are allowed to start later than the time. We're just not allowed to start before the time that's posted. So everybody can still have an hour for lunch. Get yourself fed. Seeing 130. I already got a bunch of those.
Different bill, I guess.
Oh,
Same person, different.
okay.
I believe that's what that is.
I'm going to open the hearing on SB 15, and I'm going to recognize Senator Howard Pearl, the prime sponsor.
Good afternoon, members of the Fish and Game Committee. It's a pleasure to be back on the House side again. And I want to introduce Senate Bill 15, FN. For the record, my name is Senator Howard Pearl, representing District 17, and I live in Loudon. I'm introducing SB 15 FN at the request of the Fish and Game Commission to add language regulating tree stands. Hopefully, it will provide clarity that permanent tree stands require written permission from the landowner. The current language does not differentiate between permanent or temporary tree stands. Also, it will provide timeframes for erecting portable tree stands. If a property owner permits hunting on their land, temporary tree stands are allowed without the need for written permission between August 1st and December 31st. Additionally, it will add a new requirement for the labeling of tree stands. All tree stands will be required to have the name and contact information of the tree stand owner. That's in the event that an issue arises and that needs to be addressed. The tree stand language was first brought forward in a Senate amendment to House Bill 490 last session, but that bill ultimately died during the committee of conference process. However, landowners continue to call Fish and Game to express their frustration that these changes are not in current law. The intent of Senate Bill 15 FN is to address those complaints so landowners will keep their lands open for hunting and recreational purposes. This bill is supported by both the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association and the New Hampshire Farm Bureau. We do have Colonel Jordan here from Fish and Game, and he'll certainly answer any of the technical questions you have, but I'm willing to answer anything you have for me.
Thank you for your testimony and for introducing the bill, and welcome back.
Good to be here.
Any questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. Reading through the bill, I just have a question. Maybe you can clarify it. It says, "No person shall construct a permanent tree stand or observation blind without written permission from the property owner or designee." Permanent could be subjective. How would you clarify permanent? Because there's these blinds that are considered hard-sided panel blind, ground blinds, where you can pop them together, take them apart. Is that permanent, not permanent? It seems like it could be a gray area there when it comes to determining what is permanent.
Well, thanks for the question. And this bill is really referring to tree stands and not anything on ground mount. And I think I'll let the Colonel speak to this, but I think you're going to find that the definition that is referred to by permanent means anything that's affixed to the tree using some type of a permanent lag, nail, not something that's strapped on. It could be with a ratchet strap or something like that. I think they're looking at something that's going to permeate the tree bark and indicate more of a permanent structure than something that's temporary. But I'll let the Colonel speak to that a little further. But thanks for the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you, Senator.
Boy, you guys are gonna let me off easy.
It seems so.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
The chair will now call Kyle Baker. Supports the bill, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I could probably be faster than 2 minutes. Kyle Baker with the Wildlife Federation. Just here to support the bill. To us, it's a pretty basic. If you're going to leave a piece of gear on somebody else's property, you should put your name and contact information on it. It makes sense. It's better for the sportsman. It helps prevent gear getting stolen. If it does get stolen, getting back to the proper owner, as well as gives the opportunity for a landowner to reach out if they have concerns about where the stand is placed. So that's it. Just wanted to echo our support, but happy to take any questions.
That was quick. Any questions? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have a feeling on time frame of this?
We're open to time frame. The main thing for us was that folks should be checking their stands at least once a year. The straps can get dry rotted if they're out in the sun. The straps can get frozen or just deteriorate over time. There are just metal equipment. They can start to degrade over time. So not only checking it once once a year is important, but also that interaction between the hunter and the landowner is important. So if your landowner says, hey, you can keep it up in perpetuity, we still think you should be out there at least once a year checking your equipment. But if you want to leave it, that's between you and the landowner. But as far as what time of year you do that, you know, we've heard, we've talked to the chairman, in the dead of winter might not necessarily be the safest time to do it. So we're happy to, whatever we think, whatever everybody can agree on is fine with us.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. The chair calls Stephen Wood. Supports the bill, 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you again for listening to my nonsense. I am still Stephen Wood. I still own a bunch of land in Lebanon and Plainfield. Unless something's happened in my absence today, I still manage Poverty Lane Orchards and Farnham Hill Ciders. And I'm here in vigorous support of what I consider to be a very marginally flawed bill. And I won't go through all the things I said before. Everything I said before about respect and civility all stand for this bill as well. Yet, and I said this at the House side as well. I think not just permanent, but all stands should require permission. Now that's where that sign that I gave you last time, that's probably in the recycling now, comes in, because we're requiring permission anyway. So the people come and ask permission for this stuff. Again, as our usual experience is that people by nature ask permission. And I will say that for what it's worth, I haven't spoken to a single landowner who wasn't amazed that these bills were necessary. That is to say, that people were now allowed by right to do these things. And so, I mean, I just, the same thing. I think people should have the civility to ask permission to do these things, which is almost always given. There's one other thing I didn't say last time, which is that when people come to get written permission from us, they now get a couple of pages. They get a black and white aerial photo with the property lines on all our land, so they don't wander off to a neighbor's land inadvertently. If we have any particular requests or requirements for a particular piece of land, that's for that year, that's detailed on that. Again, they're very glad to have this interchange. And I think this is part of the deal, is trying to encourage that sort of interchange between the users of private property and the private property owners themselves. So I support this. I hope you will. I support this bill with that one regret, which is that I think it should be required for all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you for your time.
Chris Fife has written testimony. Is that what we passed out before? All right,
It was
thank you.
combined with SB 14. Thank you, yes. Chris Fife with Weyerhaeuser, also the president of New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and testifying on behalf of Weyerhaeuser. I will skip most of the intro. It's in the written testimony, and you've all heard it already. I would just say, specific to tree stands and SB 15, that the requirements for labeling a tree stand with the name and contact information and the requirement for removal by January 1st are common sense steps that I think respect the landowner's rights and still maintain that tradition of hunting in the state. We see SB 15 as an opportunity to improve communication between our foresters and the owners of tree stands or observation blinds through that requirement for labeling with the name and contact information of the owner of the tree stand or observation blind in a clearly visible manner. This is a requirement in other states where we have timberland that we manage. It's not been an issue. No one seems to have a problem with it, and it certainly facilitates us being able to contact a hunter if we have an operation, a harvest operation in the area. Often hunters will put these stands out ahead of the season. They don't know our plans. obviously, and we will come across them during the course of an operation, a harvest operation. And if we have no way to contact the owner, we're put in a position of either having to go around that tree, which our business is not in growing trees to put stands on, although we support that in the interim while those trees are growing, or we have to take the stand down. Sometimes they just aren't seen and stands get destroyed. And this isn't an uncommon thing. This is something that happens, unfortunately. And it's not something that we as a company, our foresters, or certainly a logger want to have happen, is to destroy somebody's property. I don't believe hunting stands are $39 a piece yet. So we recognize the value there. So this really for us is a common sense way to increase that communication and to give us an opportunity to know who to contact if we have an issue. As far as removal by January 1st, this gives us an indication as a landowner that that is not a permanent fixture. There's certainly stands that I've come across in our timberlands where it's obvious by the state of the stand that it's been out there for years and just left. And I don't think that's respectful by the hunter. I don't think it's something that a landowner should have to expect. I think that at that point it becomes trash. There certainly are cases, and I just want to mention, just like with game cameras, if circumstances beyond a hunter's control, a big snowstorm in November that dumps 2 feet of snow and they can no longer get to the stand, something like that happens, they contact us. That's all we're going to want. We're fine. We're going to say, okay, make sure you get out there and retrieve that when you can. But we see that just as much as a sign of respect, contacting us, recognizing we don't want our roads and our infrastructure negatively impacted by someone trying to remove a tree stand. So I know you can't really write that into legislation very easily, but I want you to understand that that's our that's our desire. That's how we interact with hunters. And again, just reiterate that we see hunters as allies. These users are their eyes and ears in the woods for us. They are us, really, in most cases. And so we certainly are trying to work together. And with that, I will just ask respectfully that you pass this bill as presented, and be willing to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if a stand is put on a piece of property, I know there's, especially in the North Country, some large tracts of land that are managed for timber. And that stands in the middle of a piece of property that you're getting ready to harvest. Now, it ends up taking time away from you going forward with your project, costing you probably some money going out there, taking it down, and now having to house this somewhere until you get a hold of Fish and Game or find the right owner. Is that not costing you time and money if you don't know that it's out there when you come upon one as you get ready to harvest the forest?
That's accurate, yes. Any of those extras do just take time away from the real job of managing timber.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
The chair calls Jason Stock, supports the bill, New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association.
Well, good afternoon. Again, for the record, Jason Stock, Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and come here today to speak in support of Senate Bill 15. Similar to the camera bill, we and as you heard in the prior testimony, we believe this bill really represents what we think is just kind of common courtesy. If you're going to leave a tree stand up for any extended period of time, and I would qualify that as a year, at that point, you should ask that landowner, is it all right if I leave it up beyond that? I think there are folks that do that already, but this codifies in law that that is in fact the case. The other piece of this is labeling, and labeling it. You'll go to any logging garage or forester's office in November, and in the corner it looks like a hunter's pick and save, where there's a pile of stands, game cameras.
As we mentioned before, I need that address.
That's right. Fort Mountain Companies. So, but you know, they'll have a pile of tree stands, a pile of game cameras there, and they'll say, "I don't want those, but I don't know who to contact. I don't have a name. I don't have a phone number." So again, we think this works both ways. I can now, and what will typically happen is they'll leave a business card on the tree stand or the game camera, and there's no response. So you're getting ready to do your timber sale, and all of a sudden, you know, we can't cut this tree down and with a stand on it. So it does require, or as Representative Goley, it does take time and energy, and it's just kind of a disruption to the flow of things. And so the other point is, you know, we looked at to answer the question about permanent versus temporary. We looked at that in drafting this when we were working with the Wildlife Federation and Farm Bureau and Fish and Game. And, you know, we looked at that and said, look, there are climbing stands now that I can walk into a woodlot, climb up, hunt, and at the end of the day, climb back down and go about my business. And we said, well, that's not really a permanent stand, and it's barely a temporary stand in that you're using it. It's essentially a little platform that you stand on for the purpose of the day. So what we did was we tried to craft a bill that incorporated some common sense that says basically, look, if you're going to leave it there beyond January 1, it starts looking like a permanent structure. You should get permission. And as Mr. Fife testified earlier, it induces a dialogue with that landowner or that land manager. So for all those reasons, we come here today in full support of Senate Bill 15, and I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Pear.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. On paragraph 5 in the bill that we have starting on line 14, it talks about portable stands. And it says that they can be erected without permission, and all tree stands have to be removed by January 1st. Now, was your definition of a portable or temporary stand what you just spoke of? The one that you come in, it's to get you a ladder to get up in the tree. It goes up for the day and it comes down when you leave, or which sounds like to me a temporary stand. This sounds like a semi-permanent stand, and I was wondering if something was lost in translation.
No, they're both. And what I would say is that you have a climber. That's a temporary stand. I hunt with a temporary stand on my property that I will put up. I'll leave it for hunting season, but at the end of hunting season, I take it down. It doesn't clip into the tree or damage the tree or harm the tree. And so that's really, and Colonel Jordan can speak to this more, but really when we look at the definition between permanent and temporary, it really gets to what Senator Pearl said is, are you kind of driving pins or nails or screws into it? Is it being affixed to that tree? A climber is a temporary stand, but so is a non-climber that just kind of hangs on it. In my case, it has like a nylon strap.
Ladder stands.
What's that?
Ladder stands.
Ladder stands same way. You have a ladder and then a platform, and that ladder actually has like a nylon strap that you ratchet on, and it just kind of hugs the tree. Doesn't cut it, doesn't drive into it, but that's another form as a ladder stand. Mine's called a loggy bayou. It's a little stand that has a little rope, nylon rope that just ties onto the back of the stand, and that's it. But I leave it up for multiple months during deer season.
follow-up?
Follow up.
I'm not sure if this is a question for you, and maybe it's covered in the bill that I didn't catch it, but even one of these, if it's going to be up for longer than today's hunting expedition, then it should be labeled the same as the other ones.
Yeah, they all should be labeled. In our opinion, that's what we read this bill as, is you would require a label for all of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony today. We're going to call Diane Richardson.
Hi, I'm Diane Richardson, still from the Lake Sunapee area. And I actually support this bill for the most part. My only caveat is the labeling with the name on it, because that's putting a target on people's backs. Phone number, fine. Hunting license, fine. Putting your name on it. Every year I see many, many posts where people have had their tree stands targeted by anti-hunters or jealous hunters or people that want that spot or something. And they'll have their stands vandalized or stolen or something. And I think putting a name on it is just asking for more trouble than we already have. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Chair calls Ginny Christensen.
I'm Ginny Christensen, and my husband and I, my husband Tom and I own a 700-acre tree farm in both Lineborough and Greenfield. Can you all hear me? Okay, thank you. Our land has been open to hunting since 1972. We know a lot of the hunters that have come by over the years, but we don't know all of them. We manage our tree farm for timber, wildlife, and recreation. In fact, our land was all woods in the beginning, and we've created wildlife openings, which actually has benefited the hunters because we have more wildlife. We don't know all of the hunters. We ask as a courtesy for the ones that we know, could you tell us where the tree stands are? And there's a couple reasons for this. This is our backyard. We have a lot of hikers that come through. We'd like the hunters to know exactly where are the hikers, so we can see where they're going to put the stand. Is it going to be safe for the hikers? And also, in case there are more than one hunter, will they put their deer stands far enough apart so it's better for them? Better for them. You were mentioning how deer stands are installed. We've come across old deer stands that have been nailed into the trees, and that's basically ruined that whole section of the tree. Some of the deer stands are put in with straps. If the deer stand is abandoned, those straps constrict the tree goes around them, and again, we lose the value of that wood. One reason is because of the hikers, but also if we have a harvest cut, we'd like to be able to know who has the stand so we can take it down, because some of them will just leave them there. A couple of years ago, we had a tree stand in a harvest area. Tom went out and cut the thing off and fell while he was doing it. He got up shaken and bruised, but it could have been worse. It would have been so much easier if there was a name on the stand. He could have called him up and said, please, will you come and remove the stand? We are, like I said, open to hunting. We don't want to have to, if there are problems, take our land out of hunting, because we do understand that the hunters are helping to manage the wildlife that's out there. I do have some written testimony, and just a quick thing. We were not able to get to the hearing for this morning for game cameras. Our tree farm is our backyard. I really don't want to have cameras out there okay, that can be taking pictures of me at any time or being broadcast somewhere, okay? I'm sure none of you people would like a camera in your backyard taking pictures of you. I would like to thank you for allowing me to testify here. Again, I'm supporting SB 14 and SB 15 as written. I do have 3 copies of written testimony, but I only have 3. I'm sorry. Okay, do you have any questions?
You can pass your copies up to Representative Ming, who will make sure the clerk gets them to make copies for everybody. And are there any questions?
Thank you
Seeing
very
none,
much.
thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Robert Johnson II.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, again, Rob Johnson, representing the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director and speaking in support of Senate Bill 15. Again, we did work with, as you've heard, with the Timberland Owners, Wildlife Federation, and Fish and Game on this bill as well. And I think most of what I had anticipated saying has been said. I'll just touch on 2 items that I know there have been some questions on. And I guess the first is the labeling piece. It's something that a strong piece of the bill that we support. We find that many of our members already think that it's a requirement. Is again, for the reasons that have been mentioned, just the ability to contact somebody to know whose it is or to return it. And as far as the information, the specific requirement on the labeling, we would want just a phone number would be concerning to us, because if somebody got a phone number and can ring and ring and ring, you don't get it. We prefer to have it if it's not the name, the hunting license ID, so then Fish and Game could be contacted and then we can get a name. That would be good. And then the second piece I'll touch on is where there have been questions is the date the stand was to come down. The date itself is not important to us. The important piece that there is a date when there's a check-in, when the stand is removed by, so that if they've checked in and they've already and the landowner gives permission, it's up here and that's fine. But we want that check-in so that we can be sure that the stands are removed. On whatever that date may be, whether it's March 15th, April 1st, January 1st. But again, the date is important so that there's that dialogue in it. It doesn't become a permanent fixture on the property. And I'll leave my testimony at that. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Sorry to be confused. You said you don't have a specific requirement for a date, but you said check-in, so let me know what you mean by that.
Yeah, well, the bill calls for the stands be removed by January 1. If that date were to change, I know there's been some concern about January 1 being winter. If it were a different time of the year, in the spring or the fall, whenever, we just think having a date is important when there is that check-in, when that happens. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Goley.
I just want to follow up on that question. So what you're saying is with the check-in date, you don't want them permanent without you knowing about them.
Correct.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. And Dan Dockham will be called next.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to give my comments. I've been a little confused, and my biggest concern is that with tree stands, I don't mind them, but I do want people to ask permission because I want to specify that they can only use portable tree stands. And the reason for that is a number of years ago, I had a beautiful red oak on my property. I've got a lot of red oak. And this tree was probably as big as a 55-gallon drum in diameter. And there wasn't a limb for 25 feet or more, which means it would grade the highest, like veneer, that type of thing. And someone came in and they had these screw steps. They're a lag thread that's about 3 inches long that they screw into the tree, and then there's a little saddle like to put their feet in to climb them. So, you know, they ruined a lot of money there. Ask any of the folks in the timber industry. And then another similar deal where I was helping a friend, and we cut a bunch of pine and brought it to, it was a small mill, wasn't one of the big commercial ones. And I know nowadays they have magnets or whatever to scan the log before they saw it. But some of the smaller mills, I don't think are equipped with that. And so when they start sawing the board, a lot of these spikes, they used to scrap lumber, 2x4s, whatever, spike them to the tree to get up where they want to sit. And they just left them like that. The wood deteriorates. Over a period of time, the bark grows right out over the spike heads, so you can't detect them. And when you take those to the sawmill and they start sawing it and it wrecks the teeth, you have to pay for that. So I guess I just wanted to make sure that, you know, that's in the new proposal, right? Or was it something that's already been in the past?
So I can let you know that under current law, and in fact, you'll see it in item 1, no person shall erect, build, or use a tree stand or observation blind on land of another person that damages or destroys a tree by inserting into the tree any metallic, ceramic, or other object used as part of a ladder or observation deck without express written permission from the property owner or designee is already in the law, and it's been in the law for at least 50
Well,
years.
That's what I was trying
So the situation you describe is already illegal.
Right.
And this bill is just adding in some new sections to deal with the portable type that don't puncture the tree.
Okay. So I still, I guess, I'm still in favor of it because I like the idea asking, because not everybody knows the law or bothers to even look them up. And so I can say, yes, you can put a tree stand up, but it's going to be portable. And that would be my biggest thing for supporting it.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. And I'll call the last person, Kevin Jordan.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Sitting way in the back like you don't have to talk anymore today.
Thank you again for having me. Just quickly, we worked on this the same time we did the camera bill because again, it was a major complaint of a lot of the landowners that we were getting calls on. And this one's a little different because there is a belief amongst the sportsmen and women that they have to put their name on their tree stands. I'm not sure where that comes from, but there's a lot of people that think they have to. We would ask, the only change in this, you would be correct, is we are asking for names and contact information to be put on. We talked this morning at the camera bill about maybe using a hunting license. I don't object to that. I did have a landowner come up to me, made a very good point. He said, sometimes we want to handle that on our own without getting law enforcement involved because they feel like, and I get that. You don't want to anger the hunter thinking he called a game warden. So they said the name would be helpful to them because then they'd pick the phone up and call Kevin Jordan and say, you got to move your stand. I don't object to that. I don't fear the name like some do because we have names on a lot of things and I've not had a lot of issues with that. So we all know, if you don't know, I'm going to tell you, people leave their stands out to mark their territory. So they have a good spot, like I do. I kill a buck. I harvest a buck almost every year from the same piece of property of a very gracious landowner. And again, I want to thank the landowners here for allowing guys like me to hunt. He knows I'm there. And I worry every year. Right after I get my deer, I go right back in and get my stand. I have a climber, much like Jason described to you. I use the same type of climber. Mine's a little fancier because I like to fall into a very deep sleep when I'm sitting in it, and it keeps me alive because as I tip over it, I hit the rail and it straightens me back up. I do manage on occasion to get a buck, and I go in the next day and remove my stand. I understand the thought process in places down here where there's higher hunting pressure. You leave your stand out, it kind of tells other hunters that's my spot. So I thought of that when we wrote that, and I thought we can put a provision in here that allows that, but you just got to have permission from the landowner to do it. So I didn't want to eliminate that. So you can go to a landowner, and all of this would go by the wayside if he gives you permission to leave it there. Permanent, the difference between a permanent and a climber by Fish and Game law, a permanent stand would be any stand that causes any damage to a tree. So anytime you insert anything into a tree, whether it's a peg, hanger to hang the stand on, anything that goes into the tree, or if you cut branches or trees down to make a clear shot, which a lot of people do, that falls under permanent tree stand and requires written landowner permission for that. That's been in the law for years. That's never changed. This law doesn't change that. This law is requiring you to put your names on them and then remove them unless the landowner gives you permission to leave it. So we kind of, again, I tried to balance the rights of the hunter and the rights of the landowner. So we left little caveats. So if you got a landowner that doesn't care if you leave your stand up all year so you can mark your territory, that's fine. If you do have a landowner, it gives them the option to move it out. The last thing I wanted to address, and again, it's a courtesy and respect. That's all it is. And we try to teach it. I'm trying to do it when we create laws so that hunters get into that mindset that this is not your God-given right. Someone owns this property and they're paying for it, and they're gracious enough to let us use it, and we want to protect that and preserve it and respect it. The last thing is, God, this is happening to me more often than the date, excuse me, the date. So Chairman Spillane and I spoke briefly today about the date. Why January 1? We picked January 1 because it was just the beginning of a new year, number one. He brought up a valid point. You know, I don't want people leaving them out there till January 1 and climbing up there when they're frozen and falling out of them. That's a good point. I understand that. So he suggested having a deadline in the spring, which I'm good with that. The only concern I would have with that, and Jason and his group could speak better to this, is a lot of those cuts happen in the wintertime. So a lot of the cuts on the major land happen in the winter when the ground's frozen. So that would not allow, that would not be conducive to getting those stands out, because that's really why we're doing this, is for that. So although you could argue, I guess, that the name is on it, they could see the name if everybody's applied, following the law, and you could call him up and say, get your tree stand off because we're going to cut it. But that would be my only concern. I do agree a cutoff date's important. It doesn't, I'm not as sold on whatever date that is, but I would ask you to consider that a lot of these properties are cut in the winter months when it's frozen. So the other concern that was raised, and this is why this came up last year, is I had a landowner who was concerned about liability. His concern was, we have a permanent stand up, I don't know whose it is, and if someone climbs up in that tree stand and falls out of it, I'm going to be held liable for that. So there's some truth to that and some not so accurate truth to that. I was in my office 2 days ago. I was working diligently like I always do. I turned around. This is a true story. I turned around to face a U.S. attorney assistant standing there with paperwork in his hand. Now, I've been in this business a long time. I've been sued, I believe, 6 times total. And luckily, always followed the law. You get sued for following the law. That's the best way to get sued, because you're protected. So, and this is what this lawsuit is. So I was served with a lawsuit because I followed the law. I wouldn't allow a guide to become a guide because he was a convicted felon. He committed a homicide and was locked up for it. He wanted to be a hunting guide. It didn't make sense to me. And I said, no, the rules don't allow for that. And he is suing me, that's a good place to be where I am right now. I'm good with that. So my point here is, even if there's a law, like we have a good liability law for hunting, even if there's a law, you can be sued. And it costs money to prove you're right. And a good example of that was the hunter and the landowner in Deerfield, the farmer, and I'm embarrassed to tell you I can't remember his name, who was sued over a coyote stand, if you remember, a few years ago, caused a huge uproar and liability. Now, he won ultimately fairly quickly, but he paid some attorney fees that I don't believe he ever recouped. So it costs money in America today, unfortunately, sometimes to prove you're innocent. So just keep that in mind. So this landowner telling me, I'm a little concerned, I know the liability law will protect me, but I'm concerned that I could still be sued, that's a real concern. So, that kind of encouraged me to file this. So anyway, that's, in a nutshell, that the landowners hit on all the other things I think that are important.
Thank you, Colonel. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel.
Yes,
for
sir.
listening to me bloviate for a
I'm
bit.
good. I'm good with you bullying me. You're a very polite bullier.
So I'm reading through this bill, and it appears there's no penalty in here other than if damage is, so I'm just going to read what it says to keep it simple. It says, any person who, what? Oh. Any person who violates any provision of this section shall be guilty of a violation and shall be liable for the amount of damage caused by the act to be recovered by the property owner sustaining the damage. That's implying damage to a tree.
Correct.
But if somebody doesn't label, doesn't get written permission, or keeps it out past the deadline, there is no penalty in here.
Right. And a lot of our laws don't have a penalty within the law because this is amending existing law. There's a penalty in the section. So in 207, RSA 207 is a penalty for violations. I don't know if it specifies a fine amount, to be honest with you. It may not. But it says it's a violation law and you would lose your hunting license for a year, like in anything in this chapter is what it. So a lot of times when the laws are written, they put one penalty section in a whole section of 207, or 210 has one single penalty statute. So that exists. We didn't add it to this one because we amended existing law. So that's why you don't see that.
Follow up.
Follow up.
This will be my last question. It just carries through into the liability portion
Yes.
you were just talking about. I had a call this morning on my way here. Same thing, a landowner was, he supports the bill, concerned about the liability factor.
Yes.
So I did some reading. RSA 50814 is the landowner liability law, and
Correct.
RSA 21334 is a duty of care law.
Correct.
So am I correct to understand that this homeowner will be free of liability? And he was also concerned about having to pay for a lawyer to defend himself. But the law also states that if it's a fraudulent or malicious lawsuit, that he can recover the cost from the person
Right.
making the lawsuit. Am I
Yeah.
correct on that?
You are. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen very often. I wish courts would pay better attention to that because that's across America today that happens. These frivolous lawsuits and people have to go in and defend themselves and win ultimately, like the farmer did down in Deerfield, but it cost him a serious amount of money to do that. And that statute existed. And there's sometimes courts don't feel that that's appropriate. They felt that the person had the right to bring a lawsuit and we're penalizing them for doing that. And so at the end of the day, the landowner still pays that money. So that's a concern. The other argument that you could make, I had a landowner bring up a valid point. He says, well, that's fine if they're hunters. What if it's a kid? This is a pretty good point. I told my young officers when we train them, don't ever climb one of these because you don't know if the guys use 3 nails in that step or 1 nail. You can fall out of this thing. So his point was if you have these permanent stands, which we don't see a lot of, but there are some, a permanent stand, what if a kid or someone else who isn't hunting engaged in recreation, he's just somebody that's wandering on the property for whatever reason, climbs up, would that same liability protection apply? And I don't know the answer to that. I think that could be, again, I think it would cost the landowner money to prove it. So that's a concern.
Well said. One real quick. We just were talking about permanent stands. Those are already covered under the existing.
It
law.
is. Yeah, permanent is very
It's not
well.
part of this bill right now
No,
because the permanent
we're not
stands-
changing any of that.
All these ones. I had a neighbor who passed away a couple of years ago, but even up till he was 70s, he was using these permanent stands he climbed up into that he nailed to the tree in his own property. He can do
Right,
that.
right.
But damned if I'd go up those.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the kind of thing that a lot of these people are finding in the woods. It's like a 30-year-old abandoned.
Very dangerous. The straps around a ladder stand are not permanent. Anything that goes around the tree, if you're cutting branches to go up, another example, I hunt I was using ash trees. I don't own those trees. They were great trees to hunt out of. They're straight. No, the bark is conducive to it. And they're also very valuable, but this knucklehead didn't think of that. So I was climbing up and down out of this ash tree, and the landowner, Steve Fifield, was a great guy in Canterbury, left me a note. He didn't know who I was. He left me a note on my stand because my name wasn't on it, because it didn't require that. It was a temporary stand. I left the base of the tree. He left me a note, call me. I panicked. I'm the colonel of Fish and Game. I must have done something wrong. So I grabbed my stand and I headed for the high country, and I got to my Jeep. And I drove right to Mr. Fifield's house. And I banged on the door, and he was shocked to see me. And another landowner testified to this earlier. He says, you know how many years I've left cards on tree stands? I've never once seen anyone. I said, well, you did today. I said, I'm guilty. And he said, the only problem I have with you, he said, I don't want you in my ash tree. Those are valuable. I said, what tree would you like me to go into? He said, can you pick a pine? I said, I can, but I got to cut a branch to get up a pine because I got branches. That's why I use ash. And he said, I don't mind you cutting a branch. I'll sign for that. I don't want you in an ash. It was that exchange. I drove away thinking, therein lies the problem. We don't do that. I should have done that before he left me the card. Now we got a good relationship, and he calls me every week wondering where we are with the camera bill because he hates cameras. So having that conversation and that mutual respect of the land, what Dan was talking about really rung true to me. I mean, that you ruined that tree, and that's a valuable tree. I didn't look at it like that. Shame on me.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Goley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions. I'll start off with the first one. This just says that they shall be removed by January 1st.
Yes.
Doesn't stop them from removing it December 1st or December 15th.
It
when the
doesn't.
weather's still good
Yeah.
before the snow flies.
Yeah, I would remove it right away for that reason. I don't want to call it climb one when it's icy. I want to get it down and out of there. That's right. You do have that option. The only argument you could make against my own bill would be the chairman pointed out, if you want a coyote hunt, right? If you want a coyote hunt, that happens, a tree stand would have to be in there in January. But again, you'd go to the landowner then and ask permission. So yes, you could remove it prior to January 1, or you could go see your landowner, which is what I hope most would do, and say, is there a problem if I leave it? I don't think landowners care about that as long as they know who it is. It's not hurting their property, and you're not in the way of one of their cuts. I can't imagine they tell you to get it out of there. Why would they?
Follow up.
And when this says all tree stands or observation blinds shall be labeled,
Yes.
does this include climbing tree stands?
Yes, I would think it would include climbing tree stands because they're portable tree stands.
And would it include the observation blind I bring out in the woods when I go turkey hunting that I pull over my chair as a ground blind? That's
I would probably label that. I don't know that I'd ever make a case on that, but I would label that with a marker just because it is a temporary blind or stand.
Thank you.
You're really getting close to the wire, but I would do it just so that you don't have an issue with it.
And that's
Yeah.
why I'm asking, because that's an
Yeah.
observation blind. So I'm wondering, I have one. I just
Yeah.
want for my comfort, should
Sure.
I label it?
Sure. Yep. I think it'd be better to do it if this passes.
And one last follow-up.
Follow up.
When I was thinking earlier and I suggested using license numbers instead of
Yes.
identification,
Yep.
I sat and I thought about it. And it came across as that's probably not a good idea. And I'll tell you a reason why. Anyone who does clamming and has to have on their bucket their license number knows it doesn't stay the same license number unless you're a lifetime holder
It
year
doesn't.
after year.
Yeah.
So when you go to a game camera, you're going to run out of space on the outside of your camera if you've had it
True.
more than 5 or 6 years. So
It changes.
That's just something to think about. I thought about it and it hit me
Yeah.
like that. So if
Yeah, that's
we
a good
may
point. It
not want to
changes.
go that.
And the landowner made a great point when he said, I really don't want to call law enforcement every time. Sometimes I want to call my hunter and just tell him, kind of made sense. So I don't think it's the problem. Imagine me putting my name on a tree stand. I mean, I've made 1 or 2 enemies in this 33 years. So
How many tree stands you want to buy?
what's that?
How many tree stands you want to buy?
Well, yeah, you got to buy or cut the tree half
You'd have
down,
to
and I get up in it
keep
and finish
replacing it after, yeah.
I don't see the issues, to be honest with you. I don't see anti-hunting people. I won't say it doesn't happen, but I don't receive those calls, and I think I would if it was a problem. I think we'd hear it.
I think even the anti-hunters wouldn't call on you. But
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right.
to that point, I will follow up on his comment on the licenses. As somebody who has always labeled my tree stand and cameras, I always print a new label each year and stick it on anyway because after the winter, it's often faded and not any good.
And we didn't, while you speak of that, we didn't specify how you do that. We talked about that at my agency, whether we were going to engrave it or I wanted to leave it open for people to do it however they wanted. But you're right. If you're putting just a label, that would be simple. If you're engraving it, which I see some people would do, I think some would, then you'd have to change that license number. But as long as we can find out who that owner is, I don't care what we put on it.
Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel Jordan, for
Yes,
taking
sir.
my
Thank
question
you.
again. Again, I want to go back to line 26, the violation part.
Yes.
So is it any harm that if we put the penalty amount or something
There
in the
isn't.
bill, to me, not to have, when I reading the law, and it doesn't say what is my penalty, I have to go to a few other pages. It, to me, it gives the law a little bit softer portion.
Yep. I don't think there's any issue with changing it to read whatever you want.
No, whatever you want, but
Yep.
I like to see that some penalty is stated on that in the law, so everybody knows when they read it, this is the penalty.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
I know you've already said this twice, so I'm going
That's
to ask
all
you
right.
again. You, for Diane Richardson's comments on the concern about names, we are in putting names on anything because we are in a new world for sure.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if that means that we all need to just maybe watch how this works out. And I think she has a legitimate point that people can take names. I don't know if there's anti-hunters out in the woods taking names or not, but
Right.
she says that she's seen that. So I think we should all just be aware of that and pay
Yep.
attention to it.
Yep.
It's not a question, I guess, but thank
No,
you. Mr.
no,
Chair.
but I understand your point. I mean, I know we have a lot of stuff now that's labeled and we've not had any issues. The one I really suspected an issue with was trapping. Trapping, we require a tag, and the people that don't like harvesting animals are probably trapping leads that charge. And I've never had a trapper, to my knowledge, I've never had a trapper harassed that ever. So I just didn't think it was an issue. But I'm flexible either way. As long as we can determine, that's the big complaint from landowners, is being able to determine who it is and how do I get them. I don't care how we do that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, I've got a couple myself.
Oh.
I
Cannot wait.
try to save myself for the end. And one of them was already asked and answered. There's no info in here about who can remove them if they go past the date.
No, there isn't. And we didn't put anything in there. And so I get a combination of things there. I have landowners do it, which always concerns me for the many reasons I've told you. We didn't put a restriction in here that only we could do that. I think it was just an oversight. But I have concerns about landowners doing it just because, as I told you earlier, if they don't return it right away, it's theft. If they do damage to it, they're liable for the damage. I'd prefer that they call us. And a lot of landowners do that, and we go in and remove them. So,
Okay. Next comment. We already did talk about the date, but are you stuck with January?
no,
Do you not mind?
no. My only thing I would ask you to I think we picked that date because it was the end of the year. The only thing I would ask you to consider is wintertime cuts. Because a lot of times these cuts happen in the winter months. They can't do them any other time. So that might get in the way of that.
So this may be a better question for the Timberland Owners
Right.
Association.
I would agree.
I might call him back up, but I'd like to know what months they do cuts in.
I do think it's important to pick a date. I think you have to have an absolute date. But I'm not sold on what
I
that
do
is.
agree with you that if the name's on it and they have to do a cut there, they can obviously reach the person.
Sure.
And if the name's not on it, then obviously it's a violation anyway, and it can
Right.
be
We
removed
use
by
it
Fish and
anyway.
Game.
Right.
You have written permission again? Was that intentional?
Because that was in the law existing. So written
The-
permission was existing. in the
Correct.
law.
You have express written permission.
Yeah,
on these
that's because
damaging
they have
trees.
we have a permit.
And then down below, you just have without written permission.
Right.
Which
Would
I
be the
didn't know if you
same.
intended to.
No,
as you
it
did
would
with
be
the
the s-
cameras,
we
to
in-
make
we
it
in-
verbal or
No.
written, or whether it needed to be written, but with a permit or what.
Yeah, and that law has been that way for many, many years. We've never made a case if a landowner, because a lot of times landowners won't write it down. And so if we go in and we find a tree stand and a hunter tells us they have permission, but they just don't have it in writing, we've never held anyone responsible for that,
So
as long as they
yeah,
have
that-
permission.
Another point I was going to make on that is if a landowner is asked to give written permission to use a tree stand, they may be hesitant because they
Right.
may think that they're taking on liability by
They
letting
do.
someone go up a tree.
I will tell you from personal experience, I've asked for it many times and they've told me that.
So
And so we don't hold hunters or sportsmen and women to that. As long as they have permission,
so would you mind if that went to permission instead of written permission?
I would not mind that.
Okay.
No, I would not.
We talked about name.
Yep.
The only other thing I have down here is the date.
Yes.
Again, 60 days. I know that 60 days after passage.
Oh, the effective date.
Effective date.
Yeah,
60 days after passage seems to never work well for
Yep.
any body that has to make rules around it.
I think OLS picked that. We didn't.
Well,
So.
OLS has been doing that by default and has
Right.
caused a lot of problems, which is why I look for it now.
Sure.
So that should be next calendar year, correct?
I'm fine with that. Yep.
All right, that's all I had. Any other
Okay.
questions? Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Colonel. I just like to get clarity. You just stated a minute ago, if a homeowner or landowner removes a stand, it would be considered theft. But we discussed that during the game camera bill, and you
Could
said
be.
it wasn't.
Could be. Yeah. It's not an absolute thing. So if you I'll give you an example of when it could be considered theft. If you took a tree stand and you didn't return it to the landowner, you couldn't identify the landowner, or you could identify the landowner, you just didn't get around to do it. And a property owner or the owner of the tree stand knows that you have it and you failed to return it to him, they call us and report it as stolen. And so that just creates a whole mess from you seizing it. It isn't a guarantee you would be charged with theft. If you make a reasonable attempt to get it back, you wouldn't be. Yeah, no, that's it just puts you in that position.
Okay, any further questions at all?
Thank you very
Seeing-
much.
Seeing none, you're all set?
Yes, sir.
And I saw a question. Oh, you wanted to ask him a question. Can you do it offline, or is it something the committee might want to hear? If it's something the committee might want to hear, you can join him at the table and use the microphone.
Concern, I guess, the liability thing I got thinking about. And so if you have a tree stand or somebody's put one up on a piece of property, and naturally it's not going to be in the backyard, but there's woods, roads, and trails, and of course the kids play on them and whatever. So would the landowner be liable for these kids under a certain age or above a certain age if they tried to climb that thing and got hurt? Who's going to get sued?
Well, just remember, anybody can be sued for anything, right or wrong. So I think my point to that was, if you are engaged, the law is specific to outdoor recreation. So a hunter is doing that. A kid running up the tree because he wants to see what it is not doing that. So I think the window opens a little for the landowner, maybe some responsibility. I won't say that you wouldn't win it, because I think you probably would, but it would cost you money to. It could, yeah.
I had a similar incident like when we get a playground set in the backyard.
Yeah.
And maybe you've told the neighbors and their kids they're not
To be over there.
play on, and they come anyway.
So I'll add into that you should look up the attractive nuisance laws. Because the attractive nuisance laws are the ones that govern the play sets that aren't fenced in, the pools that aren't fenced in, and any of these other situations where what you've provided is an attractive nuisance that may attract people to come onto the property and then get themselves harmed. And it requires that you take reasonable precautions from somebody doing so. In the case of a pool, it means putting a fence up around it. And that fence is supposed to be a deterrent and a signal to the person you're not welcome here. So the attractive nuisance laws would probably be the same as the swing set and that type of situation.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I guess I'm going to close now the hearing on SB 15. And that ends our business for today. I'll tell the committee we will not be execing these bills until at least the 25th. And I will let everybody know more about that as we get closer to it. But it won't happen next week, and the week after I'm going to be in Quebec, so the 25th would be the first Tuesday that we could actually take any action. Use that time to read up on the laws and think about what we've heard. This one. And then there's a few other small things we'd like to see fixed.